Hello, good morning, happy Wednesday. How you all doing today? Hello, Isitsu. How are you? I haven't launched the game this morning, so let's see if everything is still working the way we remember it working, or if we have more fun to do. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stream today because this has been a pretty heavy week for uh working on I guess just all lots of social things. So Monday we streamed. Obviously, that's a lot of talking. Then yesterday I went to Boulder and the Boulder Startup Week, and I did that. I also had some meetings Monday after stream. I went to a meetup last night, and more Startup Week tomorrow. So lots of talking, lots of events to go to. So I am feeling it's combination of feeling tired and then also I've been talking a lot. So I don't know how I already feel it in my throat. You're making steady progress on your decompilation project. Maybe another year and you will be done. Well, that's good to know where you are, I guess. I generally try not to think about like, oh yeah, it's gonna take like another year for this project. Especially when I'm at work or we're doing those projects and it is gonna take a really long time. I don't know. For me, I guess I like to delude myself into like, oh, it's gonna be done faster, or at least just not think about that. The good news is that I figured out a struct. Just a few million more lines to go. Hey, if we can keep like positive thinking, then that's the way to get there, right? Little baby steps every time. A little progress every day means a lot of progress over time. Okay, so here's where I remember us leaving off. We obviously can move our ship around. We can fire bullets. The bullets expire after a little bit of time. The bullets are actually affected by our speed, so we can actually fire them a little bit faster if we're moving. We have asteroids. These are the big asteroids. They're randomly created. I think there's like what, five or six of them, and they wrap around the screen. So that's really awesome. Now we can't shoot them, and it doesn't matter if we hit them. So we have to decide which one of these do we care about. Do we care about collision detection, or do we care about shooting? Either way, I mean, I guess there is a collision detection that needs to happen. So maybe we do collision. Do I do collision detection with the ship, or do I do collision detection with the bullets? I guess that's the real question. Which one of those do we do? So I'm thinking collision detection with the ship, maybe. Option 3, with the other asteroids, have the asteroids collide with each other. That would probably cause like that doesn't happen in the original arcade game, right? I don't think it does. I think it just I think they just pass through each other like this, right? They've got to. Xanax, hello. How are you doing today? All right, so collision detection with the asteroids. Let's try that. Let's try the ship can collide with an asteroid, and then it explodes, which is not great if you're in the ship, but for us who's making this game, good. Now we're thinking about doing circle because our asteroids are a rough circle, as it were, and we can probably get away with that, even though there'll be some areas where it's like, hey, I think I clipped into the asteroid a little bit, or maybe like I didn't, like I wasn't that close to it, but I think for the most part it's gonna work just fine. So with that, now my ship, if I do circle based one, so I create like a circle around this, and I do circle around that, I could just do that collision detection myself. Like that's gonna be pretty easy actually. So what would happen if I want, let's create a system for this. And then we don't actually have to maybe do anything to the app. We can just make it work. You're doing good. You're enjoying learning Golang. Nice. So I saw that you had gotten that book. Are you finished that? I don't remember what the name of it was, but it was recommended in Discord. Did you finish that? Are you working on any interesting or fun projects with Go? Why did you not? Oh, malform. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, so would this be a system? It's going to be a shared system no matter what. And we'll probably do, I wonder if I should do, it's going to be a collision between a ship and an asteroid, right? So pub function, I guess like handle ship asteroid. What if I do handle ship collisions as the name? Is it 1S or 2S? I think it's that. Nope, you still didn't finish it yet because you're already doing some small projects. So, okay, yeah. I do that all the time when I'm learning. Like I start reading a book, I start reading a tutorial, I start doing something else. Midway into it, I get distracted by a project that now has been unlocked due to the stuff that I've learned, and then I work on that, which is great. Oh, this might be a good opportunity to look at events. Yeah, I think one sort of like problem, so to say, with me and Bevy here is that I don't I'm used to basically not using an engine that has a lot of these things built into it. And so I'm like, oh, I just have to build my own event system. I have to build my own collision detection. I have to build my own everything else. But it's like, no, Bevy gives me that kind of stuff. It just doesn't have a visual editor to sort of like handle that. So I don't necessarily think about that. Yes, yes, man. Hello. How are you doing today? Okay, so what do we want? We want, I want to go to Bevy. Bevy cheat book. So there are events. Send data between systems. Let your systems communicate with each other, like resources or components, events, or simple Rust structs or enums. When creating a new event type, derive the event trait. Then any system can send broadcast values of that type, and any system can receive those events. To send events, use an event writer to send, okay. You could have a single collision, okay, so I could have a single collision system and then separate systems to handle collision events between different entities. Okay, so I can have a system that just detects, that handles like everything that is collidable, right? Okay, so let's, I don't know if this is going to be correct, but we're going to create a, we're going to create a component, like just a little, collidable, like that. And then I'm going to add these to, I guess to begin with, we're going to add these to the ship and the asteroids when we create those. That's my guess for that. Yes, yes, man, you're doing great. Currently waking up and deciding if I finish my open source crypto wallet or work on my friend's KMS management panel or go back to sleep. I mean, all of those sound perfectly valid to me. Obviously, we're doing this here, but it's great. I've been doing a lot of social things this week too. So a lot of talking, a lot of meetings, a lot of going in, like hanging out with people and trying to get advice and like reaching out to potential mentors or like meeting some other people. Like one of the things I want to do is I want to start learning how to do not not full marketing. I'm trying to be a bit more specific with the terms I'm using. So like promotion. So like how to promote myself and the stream and Brooks Builds a little bit better. Clint Rusty, hello. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so if I put this collidable and we go to, let's go to asteroid systems first, and then spawn asteroids. Where's our spawn for this? There it is. So we have our velocity, and then we're going to also now add in collidable. Okay, and then we're going to go into ship systems, and for add player, we are going to command spawn. Okay, this here, we're going to have collidable. Okay, so if I now get, oh, you know what I'm also going to have to do, because we are doing, actually maybe not. Maybe I already have the size or something else like that. I'm curious. So if I go back to my shared systems, so this won't be handle ship collisions anymore, right? I think that's what you're saying, Itsutu. This can now be handle collisions. Or maybe, oh, this is detect collisions, right? This is detect a collision. And so we're going to do a, how would I know what it is? I don't know. Collidables? Oh, but this will actually have the asteroid. Yeah, this will have the asteroids colliding with each other, which I don't know. Maybe that's, should we actually do that? So if we have like our query, and this is not mute, this is going to be just a, you can always ignore those events. Oh, but it might be interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, so I could just do that anyways and then choose to ignore them or not. Yeah. I'm actually thinking like that would ramp up the difficulty, I actually think, when the asteroids are breaking apart, not when you want them to, but whenever they collide with each other, which obviously is going to be a that would be a thing, right? Okay, so in query, what are we getting? Well, we want everything that has collide a bull. So that's going to be a essentially with collidable, right? And what do I want? What do I want on the way in here? I want, does that go in the tuple? That does not go in the tuple, does it? I think it goes here like that. And then I want a position. So give me a position. And then if I want the size of it, now I don't have like a necessary size right now, but will the transform get that to me? That has some information in it. It might tell me how big it is. That would actually be good. When they collide, spawn a random number of smaller asteroids going in different directions. If I remember correctly, the original game spawns 2 asteroids at the half size mark going in random directions, if I remember correctly. But the benefit of creating a modular system means that would be simple to implement later. Right. Yeah, so that does make sense. And then this will also just sort of work with bullets once I add those in. Like I won't need to do anything at all. Everything will just work as soon as I add the collidable marker to it. Okay, so we have you. So we want to do Wait. Why? Okay, that was weird. So for, I guess, like entity, I'm getting a position and transform, right? So for position and transform in query. Now, this is going to have to be a loop within a loop, isn't it? Because if I want to check to see if something is colliding with everything else, I have to, so I'm also going to have to get the iter and the enumerate this, right? So that way, I do something like this, right? Oh, is it index first? Isn't it like that? What have I done wrong? Enumerate. I thought enumerate would give me that thing. Did I forget how to for loop with enumerate to get the index? Is that actually not the right keyword? Okay, index value. Yeah. Okay, so this gives me a tuple of index value, and then there's another tuple in the other thing. Okay, so if I do something like this, we have index and then query, right? But this query, okay, what are you upset about? Oh, I couldn't have the reference there. That's what it is. Okay. There we go. Because I have the dot iter, that does the same thing. So then we get out this here. So we have a position and a transform. If you want to cheat, then there are two commonly used physics plugins for Bevy. Apparently, XPBD, and Rapier. Oh, we did talk about Rapier last time, didn't we? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that would be, I think I think the idea was I was going to try it first manually because it is just circle. We are just doing a circle collision detection. And that's basically, if I want to do a little bit more complex stuff, then those would be essential. Okay, those are good to know. Thank you for those, Sitsu. In fact, I'm going to open up. I need to get the chat on this computer. Nope, that's the wrong browser. Okay, so if I copy you, throw you into here. All right, so we have you. Oh, so this is a full book. Oh, it's a book for XPBD, which I am having a tough time actually pronouncing that. I don't know why. Well, no, it's reading it and saying it at the same time. That's what I'm having trouble with. The B and the P and then the D together, they're all so similar to me. Okay, so I will save those for later. Let's go ahead and come back and see what we can do with this. So you're still running. I want you. Okay, so we have the enumerations. Okay, so we have our index. All right, so what I want to do is I want to take the current one that we have and then loop through all of the future ones. So if I say If I do this again, now it's a read only, so this should be fine. The borrow checker should be perfectly happy with me doing this as long as I don't attempt to mutate any of these things. So if I do another loop, because we love nested for loops, they're the best, right? So if we do a for loop, so for, and then I'm gonna want the position and transform in. Okay, so what if I do the exact same one? So for, I don't want the index. I don't need the index anymore because we know what that is. So I won't just want position and transform. And so this one would be, oh, I probably would still be doing this. So query, we're going to do iter. And then we're going to skip. And we're going to skip index amount. I don't think I'm going to need to do index +1, but we'll find out, right? I've just lost position and transform. That's cool. So this should be other position, other transform, and this is like the one we're checking right now, right? And so I want to, okay, for the one we're taking a look at, so let's imagine that for some reason the ship is the first one we get out of here. And we don't know the order we're going to get them out. It might be the order we put them into the world, but it might not be. And it almost doesn't really matter. I guess in reality it doesn't matter. For us thinking about that though, let's imagine that's the ship, right? So we want this ship, and we're going to test that against every single asteroid in the world. And so we need to say, okay, ship. Okay, so first asteroid, first time through the loop. What are you close enough to each other, right? So I need to see if I can get the size from this. So can I get the size? So if we go into the transform, what do I have in here? So we have the scale of the entity. And we're doing a spread scale, so it can just be like, oh, size. Returns the size of self at runtime, which is a non-zero U64. I mean, I think that just might work, right? But I do need to convert this into an F32. So I can get, okay, returns a value as a primitive type, and then as F32. I'm not sure the best way to convert that to an F32, so there might be some weirdness, like if it's too large or too small, but I don't think we're going to run into those problems ourselves. Tea Kettle Drone, hello. How are you doing today? You just spent 3 minutes with the connecting to chat message. Fun. Oh, that's happened to me before sometimes. Usually I can just refresh the page and it just works, but I don't know. Every once in a while, Twitch and YouTube just decide to not work properly. I was trying to connect to some people that I met on LinkedIn yesterday, and it just like consistently kept on like not loading half of like LinkedIn's UI, which was always a lot of fun. Oh, you're a bit concerned that the size function is actually memory size. Oh, that'd be well, okay. That could be a new thing. Returns the size of self at runtime. For WGSL fixed footprint types, it's equivalent to self min size and shader size. That, you know what? I bet you're right, because that wasn't an F32, and a lot of things so far have been F32s. Now, oh, I can just get the X. Okay, let's just get the X then, because they're they're circle type things, right? So the X and the Y are exactly the same. So therefore just getting one is going to be whatever it is. I don't know if this is a radius or a diameter. So I'm not sure about that. Let's do other size. It might be better to store the information as a separate component. I mean, that would be smart. Do we do smart things here? I don't know. Let's just do size. Size, pub, F32. Throw that in there. Okay, so we need to go to our ship. And we'll have a size. Ooh, wait, you can't. A size of. Oh, I should actually create this up here, shouldn't I? So where's our mesh thing? Okay, so we have I have transform with translation. I have meshes add, rectangle new. Ship mesh with scale. Okay, so 50. 50 is the scale for the ship. And that's what I care about. Okay, so then right here, we'll do ship size. And we'll say here 50. And then you become ship size dot 0 to grab that out. Okay, there we go. And then we need to do the same thing for the asteroids, right? So when we spawn the asteroids, we have our... Okay, so velocities, spawn... Line width, okay. Oh, right, because we're using the shape bundle thing. Geometry, builder, build as shape. We have create asteroid shape. Okay, I wonder if you need to return to me not just the polygon, but also the size. Because I need to know what the actual size really is, as opposed to just the scale of the size. Yeah, because I'm randomly creating it here. So if I return, this is like a polygon and size. Then, okay, so I gotta put, I guess I have point gen range between 50. Okay. Huh. How do I figure this out? Do I just sort of figure out what it is based upon like sort of like the average of whatever this is, because the point is in and out. We have 25. I guess probably that would be right. So okay, so if it's 50 to 75 units out, which right now we have it's 1-to-1, so it's pixels, even though that would probably not be the best way to store this. Like to do that as pixels, but the camera system we're doing, that's exactly what it is. So if I take the same thing. Is the ads done? I think the ads are done. Okay, so what if it's somewhere between this, right? It's like oh, and that is the other one also, I'm not sure if it's okay. We're gonna have to play with this because I don't know if the other one of like the is gonna be a radius or a diameter either. That's gonna be interesting. So for you, I want let's see, generate scale. Let's do I'm not gonna put that here, I'm gonna put that here. So that's size equals size. And let's imagine I did somewhere between 50 and 75. So I do like, I don't know, 65. And then we're going to return that. Okay, so then I need to get, okay, so build as shape. The shape gets, we grab the size like you. Okay, so now we have your size. And we just throw the size in here. Okay. So now we have asteroids and the ship has a size. So we can come back to our shared systems and query for size as well. You are what I think you are, right? Yeah, you are. Okay. So we have size, 444. Okay, so you're going to get size in here, and we're going to have other size in here. Okay, so we already have the other size now. I want to detect, I need the distance to our position and the other. And because they're vec3s, I think I can get that, right? So if I have like our distance equals our position. Now can I do, yeah, distance computes the Euclidean distance between 2 points in space. Okay, so distance, and then the other one, which, now that's interesting. I have to give ownership of it. So I have to clone it. I wonder if it implements copy. So other position dot 0. It does implement copy. Nice. Excellent. I don't need the transform then at all. So we have you, that's fine. Okay, we're good to go there. Well, scale, as the name implies, is a scale. So if you have some mesh of vertices, the scale would spread or contract the vertices relative to their local origin. So in the case of a circular mesh with radius 5, a scale of 1 would be a size of 5 from 5 times 1, right? Although it looks like you got a dedicated size component now, so should be good to go. That's the hope. And then I probably have to tweak it to like make it actually look correct. And we can even draw a circle around, like the collision circle around any of the collidable objects to sort of see what that is, which could be nice, especially if the collision doesn't sort of like work the way we expect it to. But let's do the naive approach first, right? So if we just say, if the distance is less than or equal to size.0, then we are colliding, right? And so the first thing that we can just do with this is we can just print line colliding. And that's it. Like, we're just going to have that a collision has happened. And we're probably going to have a bunch of these. So to help out with that, let's go into our asteroid systems. And for our asteroid count, let's reduce this to 1. So we have 1 asteroid and 1 ship. There's a nice deref and deref mute trait, which means, yeah, that's true. I have thought about like implementing that myself, and it's like, okay, it's like that lazy thing where like whenever I'm creating the component, I'm like, I don't feel like doing that. But then whenever I'm using the component, I'm like, I should do that, but I'm still lazy enough not to do that. So I just don't benefit ever from it. But yeah, it would be nice. That's the type of thing where if I had, there's no snippet system, unfortunately, for Helix. Otherwise, we could set up a snippet for creating a component. Wait, you can derive it? I was not aware that that was a derivable trait. I thought I would have to use a third party for that. Oh, that's pretty cool. We'll have to try that out next time. I want to first see whether or not this works. So let's go back into library and we'll add in, okay, so we have systems. This is the shared systems and the detect collisions. Okay, so theoretically work. We have, how did I get shader type? Okay, so we brought that in. And then other size. Do I need to take that into account? I bet I do. Oh, I bet I absolutely am gonna need to take this into account, aren't I? Because I don't care about from the center. Okay, so this is gonna be weird. So I bet this is not gonna work the way we expect it to. Yeah, we're colliding right now. We are actively colliding. That's a little bit farther away than I expected to have like the collision already happen. So that's a thing. Oh, Bevy has it included. Okay. So this is, I thought maybe you were saying it was like a Rust thing. Okay, so Bevy gets it to us. Oh, nice. Okay, so what I would like to do, and we're gonna need that component thing. So let's go back to components, at least for position and for size, we're gonna want that. So let's derive deref. Oh yeah, Bevy deref. And then for position, I mean, so I probably want to deref and deref mute for all of them, right? So let's do this where I have let's select everything. We have a struct. We go up 1, go all the way to the right. 1, deref and deref mute. Okay, so that adds all those in there. Oh, but okay. These don't make sense. Right, so you can't do that. Because you don't have anything in here. Okay, so now in shared systems, let's put a circle Would it be a circle? Oh, I was thinking like, how can I draw a circle? Can I just draw a circle? I don't think I can. I think I would need to put a actual transform or something around. Ooh. Can I just draw something one off in a system? Is that something I can do? Gizmo. Helpful. Yeah, there's enough info in the crate docs. I'm hoping so. So we're gonna go take a look at that. So Gizmo. Immediate mode drawing API for visual debugging, which is exactly what we want to do. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, so so we have a system. So we pull in gizmos like this, and then we can just do gizmos.line. Nice. Okay, so I can do probably gizmos.circle. Yeah, circles. Okay. Well, that's nice. All right, I'm going to move this over here so I can follow this along a little bit better. Okay, so let's do a, should I put this in shared systems, or I kind of feel that I want to create like a debugging. So we're going to do a new source systems. Let's do like debug systems.s. Yeah, so that way I can like just toggle them off or on in the main library pretty easily. All right, so let's do a pub function. What are we going to call this? We're going to call this visualize sizes. Visualize size, maybe. It's like we're doing it for one, right? We're going to have a query. Our query is going to be, well, a query. Oh, and also, actually, we first bring in gizmos, right? So mute gizmos. Oh, yeah, I did that wrong. So that's the name of it. Gizmos, like that. Okay. Then we're going to have our query. What was that? I heard that. T Kettle Drone, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, 3 months with Prime. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being a subscriber. Okay, so if I pull in a prelude, then query's already here. That's fine. That's great. Would love to support more in the future. Well, this is perfectly fine and awesome supporting. And I'm happy you're able to do it with Prime, which is, you know, hopefully you're not only paying for Prime for the subscription, but able to use it here is great. Thank you for that. Okay, so I have a query. In this query, we want the collidable. So I want a position. So we want two things, right? So I want, actually, I only care, well, I care about two things. I care about position and size, right? So we want a position, we want size, and we want this to be width, collidable, probably. Okay, so if I get those, we're going to for loop over. So position size in query. And then I can do gizmos. And I want to create a circle. Draw a circle in 3D. Okay, so circle 2D. Draw a circle in 2D. So this should be called for each frame the circle needs to be rendered. Right, so that's going to be, I believe that's how the systems work. So it's going to be what? It doesn't really say what these are. My guess is position, radius, and then color. Okay. Circles have 32 line segments by default. Okay, so I think that's going to be fine. So we do, okay, yeah, position. Okay, so position is going to be position. Now, can I into this? Or like, can I as, how do I get like a vec2 out of this? Maybe into will just work. Then we have our dereft size. And then what was the last one here? Color. So I want a color. Let's do an RGBA. So that way I have control over the alpha for this. So red, it's white is full everything, right? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. If I do, is it between 0 and 1? I bet it's between 0 and 1, right? So if I do 1 dot, like 0.3, something like that, right? So if we do U, that should just do it, right? So now I need to use the visualize size. So we're going to head over to oh, what are you upset about? Oh, I don't have position pulled in. Oh, you're very unhappy. Mismatched types found. So expected unit type, nothing. Oh, I need to do that. All right. The trait bound Bevy vec2 from component's position is not satisfied. The following other types implement this trait. Oh, I thought that would work. Let's deref this. Okay, so it can't go from vec3, although that's a reference. Yeah, okay, so I don't think this can do what we want to do. I can implement like an as or something like that. Or a from. I can implement a from for that component. So we can say, okay, for position, what if I were to do something like impl from vec2, so it'd be u, right? A vec2 for position. So you have our value, which is from a vec2. So I want to just take I'm gonna do self, and then wasn't there something where I can just do like value dot extend, and then you're gonna be 0 dot? Is that gonna work for and into the other direction. Yeah, from works with the other direction now, right? So now I can actually do an into like this. Vector from components position not satisfied. Oh, because it's a I deref you like that? Who? The reference. I could do, okay, so components. Position is not, you're right, and it can't be, I think I tried to do copy for this, right? And, oh, you're fine. Okay. Type annotations needed. Oh, you can't figure this out? Okay, can I do something like this? I want to do a vec2. Oh, okay, fine. You won't let me put a type there. Let's see. So I need, so let a position 2, it's going to be equal, so I have to tell you what you are, right? So you're going to be a vec2 equals position dot into. Can I do that? And then you become position 2. Okay, so from reference to position is not satisfied, so then I want to clone you. I thought it would copy automatically. Okay, trait bound Bevy prelude vec2 from position. Is the prelude vec2 not the same type? I wonder if that's the problem here. So if I go, okay, so we had a prelude vec2. Okay, so from components, prelude vec2 from position is not satisfied. The following other types implement from. I was hoping this would just work. Yeah, isn't from make it so that when I do the other one, it just works? Oh, I need from position for vec2. Oh, dang it. Okay. Okay. So wait, I can fix this. So instead of from vec2, we'll do impl into vec2 for position. Right? Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do this. And so this will be a vec2, so x will be then self.x. Self.0.x. Actually, this might work because of the deref on it. Self.y. I think that'll work fine. So then we don't need you anymore. We'll do position dot, okay, position is into. The trait bound Bevy vec2d, oh, from components position, okay. For a reference, which means you're a reference there. Has an incompatible type. Expected signature position. Oh, because into would be that. Oh, that's okay. I'm surprised that lets me do it. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, it used to be that he had to do into when you didn't own the type. I should always impl from, not into. Well, I mean that's what I got used to. But like, what should I do here? Okay. What was the better way to do it instead of into like this? Because like obviously this works. Let's get rid of this other error here. So size, expect an F32 font size. I'm trying to deref this. Why did that not work? I want size.0, right? Whatever. I'll just do that. Okay, so I have no errors. I have some warnings, but that's fine. So if I wanted to do a from instead for position for this, I would have to from on the vec2, right? But I don't think I'm allowed to do that on a foreign type because it's not my type, right? So if I try to do impl from position for a vec2, I've been allowed for years. Wait, what? Okay. Implement missing members. Change that. And then, okay, so I want self. We'll do value.x, value.y. Okay. So if I do that, oh, yeah, you're right. So much better. So much better. So then I can just do position.into again. That just works, which means that I can get rid of you. Okay, so it's a reference. I keep on forgetting to do the reference. So I want a reference here, which means you're a reference here. There we go. You're happy. We go in. Okay, so this is visualize size. We're going to go into our library. So we have systems. We have the debug systems. Visualize size. Okay, so that should now just draw things out, right? Let's see. I'm guessing these circles are going to be absolutely huge and way bigger than we wanted. Yes, significantly better. Although, okay, so my collision math is a little bit weird for this. That seems off. I should not be colliding. So in our detect collisions, I am okay. So I'm attempting to get the distance of mine. So here we can just do that now. So position distance to the other position. And adding that on there, I don't think that changes anything, right? Expected effect 3, found a position. Can I deref you? Like that? No. Can I deref you? Oh, no, because that doesn't... Okay. Fine, I'll just do the .0. I'll be fine. It's okay. Okay, so that gives me a distance. I now need to... I wonder what this distance really is. We can just debug the distance really quickly. and take a look at what it has. $400. Okay, so we're getting 500s, 500s, and also distance 0. Okay, so the first one is fine, right? When we see the ship and the asteroids are far together, that's 500 and so on. That feels appropriate for what we're seeing. But then we do the next one, right? Now we have 2 items on here. And I skip. Okay, so why am I skipping index? I'm attempting to skip. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's right. That's not going to work. Well, let me think about it. What was in my head when I was writing this out? Okay, so let's imagine we have 2 items in here, which we do. We have ship and we have asteroid. So let's imagine that the ship comes first. So we have ship coming out here, and we have the index of ship. And then I skip index, which means that I'm skipping the ship for the other one. So I'm not checking myself. I'm attempting to not check myself, but I might actually be skipping nothing and moving it there. So I want to skip and basically do a only check the other ones that I haven't seen. So this might be index +1. Oh, use the entity and compare that they aren't equal, but I don't want to compare the ones that have already been compared, right? Because if I move on forward, if I've already compared ship with asteroid, I don't also need to compare asteroid with ship. Like the same asteroid. I guess that's what I was thinking of. Because let's say we have like 50 things in here. And if I've already checked the ship with half the asteroids, when I get to those other like early half asteroids, I don't want to also compare them against the ship. Does that work? That might not work, does it? Okay, so let's get our entity. So that would be this, right? So we grab entity. So we have our entity, and then in here we have the other entity. And so in here we can first check to see if entity now, is there a partial equal? I hope there is. So if entities equals other entity, I want to continue. Well, and so like then, yeah, I'm thinking it might be a +1. Oh, geez. This is where my tired brain is like not sure which one it's supposed to be. I need to do like a simulation of my brain, and it's too tired to do it properly. My initial thought is yes, just an index +1 would be better. Or I also keep track of all the things that I've done, and then I just check to see like, hey, are you in this list? All right, let's try the +1. That's gonna work for right now. So let's skip index +1. Right, because it's skipping 0. Because we index is 0, yeah, skip 0. I want to skip plus 1. So, okay. That makes sense. I think I even said when we wrote it down, I might be off by 1 here, and we're going to find out. And yay, guess what? We were off by 1, and we found out. All right, so if we do this, now let's try this again. There we go. Okay, so we have no collisions. And now as soon as these circles touch, we should get a collision. Right. It's not actually the way that it's written out right now is not as soon as the circles touch, is as soon as the center of my ship. No, as soon as the edge of my ship or this one touches this middle of the other one. I think that's what it is. So it's not when the circles touch, it's when the middles touch. That's what that is. So if I want the circles to touch, I now need to take the sizes into account. And I believe that these are radiuses. Should we... I think it's times 2. But let's double check this. Let's that. Okay, we have our colliding. Let's what do I want to position distance? Do I want to do this as distance plus other size probably, right? So plus okay, so position distance, that's the position of the center of mine. So I need my size first. So plus like a dereferenced size plus the other size, the dereferenced other size. Okay. Well, I was hoping that this would the deref thing doesn't seem to be working the way I expect it to. It only works with like when I'm getting the .0. I thought I can use the deref symbol though, and that would give me what I wanted. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so I'm not colliding, and as soon as I touch, oh, still not colliding. Oh, wait, what? Is that supposed to be minus? Oh, you assume I would need, you're probably right. I need a double asterisk. Okay. What's up with my math on this? I just sort of, okay, so what I try to do was this plus that, but now even when I like move across the center of this, that doesn't work at all. That's oh, you know what? Oh, I'm doing already the size of okay, so I don't need to add my size. I think it's just the other size, right? And let's try that. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Cool. Okay, so not colliding. I mean, I'm pretty much fully enveloped. Oh, okay, so I crossed the center. And then I'm not colliding anymore, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, math time. Gotta figure out math. All right, so let's see. We have a circle and we have another circle. How do we detect if they are colliding, if they are touching, right? So we have a center point for this. This is something like we have x and y. And here we have x2 and y2. Or we can just say like xx, yy. And actually, I'm not even caring about the positions of this, right? Like, I care mostly about the size. So if the size is like, if we have size, A, and we have size B, is the size the radius or diameter? I am guessing it's the radius because it seems to be, well, actually, I don't know for certain. I don't know yet. But since they're consistent, it should be the same, right? It shouldn't matter. Maybe. So if I get the distance to these 2 points, that would be something like, that's like a line that we get, so it's a vector. And that comes out as like whatever the distance is. But I need to add the diameter of this size to that distance so I get from here, right? And then if you're just touching like that, where it's just slightly inside of it, I wanted to check to see if this distance line here, which is the radius of this one plus oh wait. So it's not that, is it? No. Or wait, is it? It's the radius minus. It's the radius minus. Oh, it's the radius minus the radius. It's the distance between the two minus the radius of size A plus the radius of mine. Okay, so well, actually, do I even care about? Do I really need the plus the half other? Yeah, distance minus self half plus other half. Okay, so if I do distance equals, okay, so my position, distance to the other position, and then I have minus size plus other size. And then I want to check to see if this is less than 0, I think. Like, if I don't have the if we just debug the distance. Okay, so we're at 600 or so, and then as I get closer, this number should go down, which it's going up. Okay, went farther away from it. Let's go back down again. All right. We're getting smaller. Now, just barely touching, and the distance is still like 90 something. Okay. The distance is still like 90 once I get there. So I need to double the distance, double my size. So minus size times 2. So now I got down to like 30 something. That felt a lot better. Okay. So then if I instead do that, now we can say if distance is less than or equal to 0, then I want to debug. What should I do? I should just say colliding. Okay, and now I should, if I brush the side of it, I should get a colliding message and be able to sort of like go off of it really quickly. So not colliding. I got close. Okay. Do I need to double the other one too? Oh, to the center of mine. So I think I need to double the other one too. So other positions minus that plus times 2. Except that doesn't, does that make sense? Wait. Times 2. There we go with that. It's happy. And now we're not, okay, so I'm going farther away from what I want. Interesting. Okay. It's not I made it worse. I made it worse. So that's definitely not the case. Now the multiplication of the other position, I feel like that's not right either. I guess like part of the idea, how is distance calculated? Uh, that's a good question. How is like usually it's distance is calculated by getting the x squared plus b squared equals c squared. What Pythagorean's theorem? Something like that. Um, Euclidean distance. Now is that the same thing that I'm looking for? Is Euclidean distance different than just distance? This is why deref can be confusing, as I thought you implemented that on position. I did implement deref on position. And there is no distance off of position. So it really is a vec3. And that makes sense, right? So there's a vec3. Yes, it's a vec3. That's fine, right? So like position dot distance, that's getting the distance off of the vec3 to the other positions of vec3. I meant the distance method. I didn't realize it was the vec3 position. Right, yeah, because the deref, right? Because the dot derefs into it, and then distance isn't on my positions, therefore it looks inside of the the deref, and then there that gets the position that it wants to get at. Yeah, okay, so the logic should be correct, but clearly it's not. Now I'm wondering if Euclidean, what does Euclidean mean? So, oh, and actually, you know what we can do? We can look at here. Um, distance. Can you tell me? No, not Euclidean either. Euclidean. Euclidean distance. In mathematics, the Euclidean distance between 2 points in Euclidean space is the length of the line segments between them. It can be calculated from the Cartesian coordinates of the points using the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. And therefore is occasionally called the Pythagorean distance. These names come from the ancient Greek mathematicians Euclid and Pythagoras. And the Greek okay, so cool. That's what we want then. Just Asafi. It's that's hard to read your name on my font apparently is messing up that font. But hello. Sorry for butchering your username. How are you doing today? Yeah, okay. So, it's not actually not that hard of a name. It's just that my I'm using dark mode, and in dark mode your name came up as red, and then the red is really hard for me to read against that black. And so that's it. That's it. It's just whatever the font decided to do your color as. Okay, so we are I'm getting the distances here. Okay, so here's the things. The size on its own is creating these two circles. I'm not worried about like the sizes of the circles being correct right now. Why did I decide to roll my own detection? I decided to do it because I thought it would be really easy because it was just circle detection. That's all I'm looking for is 2D circle detection, and that is like the easiest of the detections, right? Uh, what Bevy has circle detection too, right? We can add that in. We can create that or figure it out. They don't have anything in here, in their cheat book for collision detection. I thought I saw that they had a circle detection. I did not see a shape detection that was like other thing. Basically, that was like bring in a third party library for that. That's what I saw. For you, if I look for I see AABB, but I'm fine with circle. Okay, so there is this one, circle collision at. Oh, right, and I saw this, and the documentation was really bad for this one. Like I can't. It doesn't really like in here in the actual docs. I was hoping they would have that. Okay, so I would have to create a bounding circle to do this. Should it have been 2 minuses? We can try that. I still have this in here. Okay, so I'm not colliding. Still not colliding. Colliding. Okay. I think that was right. I think that's it. That was the problem. It was supposed to be 2 minuses and not a minus and a plus. Order of operations is tough. Yeah. Math is hard. That's the lesson here. Math is hard. Which is the reason why we should probably be using the provided system. But the cheat sheet and this thing didn't really have any good information about how to do this. So like, let's say I wanted to do a different system for this. Like, let's say I wanted to use theirs. I have to create a bounding circle for this. And then I can compare them with each other to see if they're colliding. Oh, and an ad break is going to start in like 30 seconds or so. I'll probably take a break for this one. Stretch it a little bit. Why is there direction in a bounding circle, though? Oh, and there's a bounding circle cast. Ad break, I will be right back. All right, welcome back. All right, so just Osophy, we have bounding volumes. Okay, so this is what I want, bounding volumes. A trait that generalizes different bounding volumes. Bounding volumes are simplified shapes that are used to get simpler ways to check for overlapping elements or finding intersections. Okay, so I can get bounding volume, and then I have a position and a half size. Oh, it's a trait. It's a trait. Wait, do I have to create this myself? Who implements? Okay, and that's where I have the bounding circle. Okay, so I have to create a bounding circle then. Do I put the bounding circle in as a what is it called? Do I have to put the bounding circle in the as a component, or do I have to create this every single time I'm doing the detection? Okay, you found this from. Let's see, let's this is like a blog post, it looks like. Okay. It took me here. Where's the bounding? Okay, so some use cases for primitive shapes include meshes, gizmos, bounding volumes. Okay. Okay. Bounding volumes. Spatial checks have several valuable use cases. Okay, great. Add some new publicly available bounding volumes. These can be created manually or generated from primitive shapes. Oh, it's generated from it? Each bounding volume implements bounding volume. Okay. The intersects volume trait can be used to test for intersections between these volumes. This trait is something for bounding volumes themselves, so you can test. Okay. So we create a bounding circle that is centered at a position. So they just have a position. They have a radius. They have a bounding circle at that. Okay. Translation, rotation. So from our hexagon, we can just get the AABB2D, and then the bounding circle. Okay, so what we're saying is that now this is from regular polygon. Where is that from? Like, okay, so when I'm in this point, how do I get that though? Is that from the transform? Like, do I want to query for the transform in here? And then I can, okay, so let's say I want the let bounding or whatever it's going to be. I can't get that. Translation, rotation scale, the compute matrix. Yeah, none of these look like they give me what I want. Okay, so there's also bounding volumes. So what I am storing is let's see. Let's go to the ship, for example. When I'm creating the ship, I have our position. I create the ship mesh. the rotate speed, rotation, thrust, velocity, a ship marker component, if it's firing or not, the firing timer, a collidable marker, and then the size now that we just created. So what's a shape component? Because like I have the mesh that I'm creating, which is a material mesh 2D bundle to create that triangle. And so this triangle 2D default goes into the meshes. So should this be separately stored and not in the mesh? You wonder if it also stores this. Okay, so maybe there's a way for me to get mesh out. So I was looking at the transform, but the transform is this thing. So maybe I can get the mesh out here. Okay, so instead of the transform, can I get the mesh? Oh, it didn't like that at all. All right. Thank you, Jest, and I will take a look at those. Yeah, no, this is not. Okay, so mesh isn't compatible with this. So we can't get that out. I can get the transform, but not that. Okay, so if we move you again. But even if you could, the mesh for an asteroid is not a circle. I wonder though if I get the mesh not for an asteroid. I wonder if I can get the message. It would give me that bounding box though. That would be nice. But okay, so if I copy these two, so the first one gave me that, and then the second one, copy link address. Nope, that's my browser. Gives you this. Okay, intersection test. That's pretty cool. But that's only for a raycast. A B test. Okay, that feels better of what I want. It would be nice to know how to do it in like the proper way. Like to actually use the engine to do it. Uh so okay, so when I add systems, render shapes, struct. So the only problem I have with a lot of these examples is that they're doing way more than they're trying to show off. So like it now I have to look through stuff that's not relevant to what I care about. I wish that the examples were really small and tight and like just for the one thing that they're actually trying to show off instead of trying to show off like four things all together. Because that ends up confusing me on like what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think we might have to come into this later. It's a little bit too much for me to look into right now. Maybe after we're done with this, we'll try out something else, or I'll add it into my list to like look into how to do the bounding stuff. But we do have a system that kind of works, so that's good. Now, what I'd like to do is, okay, so now that we know that the circles are working, I can keep that there. I now need to make sure that the circles are the correct sizes. And to do that, I need to play with the size, like when we create that. So in Asteroids, so in ship systems, I need this to be a little bit smaller than what it is. I think it's going to be half size. So I want ship size. This will be something like 25. And then I want ship size times 2. Is that trying to... Oh, dereference because it wasn't... Okay, 1 dereference. And then asteroid size. I need this to be significantly larger. So I want you to be double of this. So I have 65. So if I do like 120, and then you're going to be cut in half. So where is size used? Oh, and this is never taken into account what this is. So 120 and then multiplied by scale, probably. Otherwise, it's not going to move up and down. Okay. So we do that. Now, how do you feel? Okay. I mean, not terribly bad for the ship. Way too big for the... Oh, you know what? I probably just needed to apply the scale anyways. It was probably fine for the asteroid. It was probably, what, 65 times the scale. And the ship, I think, is fine as it is. We can just play with it a little bit, where it's something like 30. Yeah, that looks fine for the asteroid. Like there's little tiny pieces that we can go through, but when you're flying this, you're most likely not going to notice it's that. Like you might notice like little tiny bits, but then you're gonna... It's close enough. That's what I think. I think it's close enough. Okay, so that works. I can now turn off in library. We can just comment you out, so we're not visualizing the size. And there we go. Okay, so now the next thing we wanted to figure out was the event system, right? So I can send an event when something happens. So we are doing this. How do we send that event? And how do we know what got collided with? That's going to be important, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to have a simple, like an event something. Good stuff. You were gone for an hour. Well, welcome back. We got collision detection working. Now we need to send the event that it got collided, and we need to know what collided with what. So, like the ship, we need to know that the ship was collided with something, that an asteroid, and specifically which asteroid was collided with something. I'm guessing that that would be. Are there audio glitches? Um. Uh-oh. Well, we haven't had that with the Focusrite for a long time. Am I talking too loud sometimes? I do notice that I was sometimes peeking into red. Um, hmm. I can. I'm a little bit concerned about trying to like turn off and on the Focusrite again. Okay, just gets very loud and distorted all of a sudden. Oh, weird. Huh. I'm not seeing that right now, except I am seeing I'm going really high. Oh, you know what it is? Bet I know what it is. So the mic is directional mic. It's a way more directional mic than I was used to. And the direction is like right here. But if I move away from it and I'm talking loudly, it's much quieter. And if I get right up into it, it's, this is good. I'm talking right into the input of it. But if I talk really loud, I can then go way, 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 way too much. Let me turn down the gain just a little bit. And then that way I think is a little bit better. Of course, if I move away from it a little bit, I think that quiets down significantly more. How about this? Does it sound better? Still happening when I'm that's not good. Not go into the red on any of those times. I wonder if I'm too close. I wonder if I just need to be slightly farther away. Okay, let's try this. I'll turn the gain up a little bit. I will go farther away from the mic, and we'll see how this feels. Yeah, that could be great. Um, you know what? The other thing I could do, I don't, hold on. I, I can also monitor. I have monitoring headphones, so I can actually monitor the listening to myself speak, even if it is very, very fast monitoring, uh, is weird to me. I'm not used to it, but I have the technology to do that. So let me start monitoring myself to see if it's not if it still happens and I don't hear it, then it's not a problem with the Focusrite or the microphone. It's a problem with OBS or Windows or something like somewhere along the line after it gets into the computer. But if I can hear it, then that's clearly a problem with the mic or Focusrite or something like that. Basically hardware or software. Where is okay, the other side? Well, it just happened. Okay, that's. I like that you labeled that blarg. All right, let me see if I can hear this. Oh God, that was bad. Yeah, I. Okay. All right, let me Let me put these in and see if I can isolate it to like the microphone or something else, because obviously that's not very good. I need my thing. Okay. I can never tell what is left and right on this. And like I read in the manual somewhere where it was, and I wasn't paying attention to it. Okay, so direct monitor on. I have to turn the volume up on that. Okay, I can hear myself now. All right, so we'll continue on. Let me know if it happens again, because that was loud enough and it was very distinct enough of a almost like corruption of the audio that I should be able to hear it myself if I'm doing it, including if I'm decently close. Now, ooh, I did not hear that at all. Okay. If I didn't hear that, then it's not in the box, it's after the box. Let me trace the cable, because there's a possibility that maybe like there's a power cable or something that's like touching, and that could cause weirdness. So okay, can you still hear me? You can. Okay, excellent. I did all that stuff without muting it. I unplugged the Focusrite, and it was like there were some cables that were weaving around it. And so I cleared it out, and maybe it's a little bit better. Let me know if it happens again, because unfortunately, well, the only way I can monitor this is through the delay from Twitch, which would drive me absolutely insane, because that would be like 4 seconds, 5 second delay, which is, not great. Okay. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that feedback, I guess I can also still continue monitoring just in case anything weirdness comes in. I wonder if I can monitor from OBS. Can I do that? I think I can, right? So if I plug into the speakers, and now let's see, OBS. Allow me to, okay, so I'm guessing, okay, red scarlet, advanced audio properties. Okay, that's mono, monitor and output. That's very audible to me. Okay, cool. Down there a little bit. Okay. All right, so I can now hear myself with a slightly bigger delay than I had with the monitoring of the Focusrite itself. Okay, so we'll try this for a little bit and see if I get driven absolutely insane, or if it doesn't happen again. Okay, so what are you doing? You're doing an event writer. Okay, so I can basically just have an event writer like this, and then an event. Okay, so we can create an event. Let's create an events file. It's gonna be source. Let's just call it events.rs. And I want this to be like a pub enum, events. Or I guess event, it's always, I keep on wanting to do multiple, but like I think for enums, it makes sense to be singular. Ad starts in 50 seconds or so. All right, so pub enum event. I want to okay, so event. What's the event? Collision, I guess. Now I can put the entity in here, can I? So like just entity like that. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing too. They're passing in the entity. And then I derive event. Which, come on, I need to entity event, just pull in entity like that. What? That doesn't let me do that? Oh, okay, so I have to rename this. So this is going to be like game event. Okay. And then import you, and then you're happy. Okay. All right, there we go. I think we're good now. Oh, and ad break has been going on for like most of the time. Oops. Yeah, rename the enum was wise anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that because there's too much like event in there. Should it be an enum like this? So this example has it be a, oh, interesting. That's a struct. Like resource components, events are simple Rust structs or enums. Okay. So then, yeah, let's do this as a struct. So this would be pub struct collision and then entity. So if I do that, now we're happy. Oh, and you're going to be pub. Debatable for this, I would say no, but there is no value in being pedantic at this stage of learning. I would have an enum for different targets maybe, but I think with an ECS these, okay, so we'll do structs because I think that does make sense. I suppose that if I was like different types of collisions or something like that, I could maybe do a collision with like then a subtype event, or I don't know. We're gonna stay with struct though because I think that does make sense to go with. So then in our shared systems, we hit you, and I want. Okay, so we need the entity. So we need the entity there. So let's add you in. Okay, so entity and other entity. And then the other thing we need to grab out was the event writer with my event type in this. Okay, so event writer. And then I can put this in after the query in whatever order I want. So this is going to be collision event is an event writer with collision detection. Okay. So then if you hit there, I'm going to collision event send. Okay, it didn't have a dot send there, which is not great. And then we're going to pass in the entity, okay? But the other thing got collided too, so I'm going to do another collision event, a collision event send, and then other entity as well. So now 2 events go out there. What are you upset about? The trait bound collision detection prelude event is not satisfied. Wait, so what am I missing on you? So I drive event, struct level up event entity. Oh, is it this? You need to register your custom event types via the app builder. Oh, so add event into library. So add systems, let's do app.add event. Oh, okay. So add event, it takes in a generic. That's going to be the collision detection, like that. Okay. There's definitely scenarios when enum events make sense. Maybe both should be in the same event. Wrong name. Wait, did I do the wrong name? Is that why? Collision detection. Oh, collision. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what I wanted. There we go. Collision event, collision event. And then you're no, you're not references. I own you. Okay. Mismatch types, expected collision found entity. Oh, I need to actually create the thing, right? So we have collision entity. There, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, and then you are upset. Cannot mutate you. You need to be mutable. Okay, there we go. Maybe both should be in the same event? It's a good question. Should they be in the same event? Does it, well, I guess that's another question. Does it matter that I know if it collided with something else? For the ship, no, right? If it collides with anything else, it has died. That's it. Like we kill it. If it's an asteroid, we can make that choice, right? So in that case, we would need to know that it collided with the other entity. So would that be a single event? So that would be getting rid of you and just saying, okay, this is going to be a tuple type. So with the two entities like that. Oh, it wouldn't be pub H here. It'd be pub outside the tuple. Like that. Okay, so then entity, other entity. Why are you one? Didn't I tell you? Collision. Pub. Entity and then other? Wait, no. I'm confusing myself. It's not a tuple like that, it's like that. Okay. There you go. Apparently I'm more tired than I thought. Or the hearing myself with a quarter-second delay is weird. Okay, so if distance, collision event. All right, so I send that. Yeah, that's probably true. I'll let's see. I need to turn off the monitoring in order to hear like the other stuff again. Okay, monitor off, which means now I can unplug. And when I hear audio stuff coming from somewhere else, I'll hear it again. Or I'll still hear it. Cool. Okay. Let me know if that comes back and we can monitor again. Okay, so detect collisions. What do we want to do here? We want to I need a Is it going to be two systems? One system for the ship collision and one system for asteroid collisions? Probably, right? So if I do ship systems, right? I guess how do these work? And can I guess how it works? Because the other one was a event writer, right? So it's probably an event reader. That would be my guess. So if I just let's see if I can just guess and figure it out without the documentation first, right? So you have a pub function. This is going to be handle ship collisions. I want I'm going to need a query for the ship. So query, I want it's going to be the one thing with the ship, right? So I actually only care about the ship, right? So if it's just ship, there's only one of those. So I'll immediately be able to just say let ship equals ship query one single. I might have to do single mute later if we're going to make any changes to it, but that'll be a future thing. Okay, so we now have the ship, right? Now I want the event, right? So this is the collision event. So collision event. And now we have the event reader collision. And so off of collision event, what can I get? Okay, returns true if there are no events available to read. Determines the number of events available to read from this. Read iterates over the events. This event reader has not been seen yet. This updates the event counter, which means subsequent event reads will not include events that happened before now. Ah, okay, I think that's what it is. So I can read from this. This is a... Okay, so if... you know what? I don't care who killed it, right? I just care if there is any events in here, we're dead. So if the collision event basically is not empty, right? So is not empty. Although what I could do an early return from this. So if you're empty, we're going to return. We're good to go. There's nothing for us to do here. But if you're not empty, okay, so we got to here. Now, I might as well clear this because so we'll collision event clear. To do that, I need to mark you as mutable. Okay. So we clear all the events out. And then I want to kill the ship. Like the ship should be dead. What should we do for that? I can actually like remove the ship and remove the entity. So we have the entity. We're gonna get our entity ID from this. What are you upset about? Oh, you need to be a that. Okay, I need the command. And then I can also at this point in time do commands. It was despawn, delete, remove, not remove resource. We don't have it here. What did we? Oh, it was in the bullets. So in the bullet systems, we did this. Oh, I get the entity and then I can despawn. That's what it is. Okay, so I need to get the entity from the entity and then I can despawn. Oh, now I'm curious. There was the despawn recursive. Is this going to despawn the children too, or is this going to despawn just the ship and leave the engines flying around? I am kind of curious about that. I would assume that this is going to despawn just the ship with the engines. That's my guess. Let's find out. Except this isn't being used. Also, why did I put collision detection in there? Collision. That's the one. Okay, and then okay, so I have event systems, systems Systems, ship systems. Okay, so now the ship should disappear as soon as it hits an asteroid. Well, that did a little bit more than disappear. Thread compute task pool panicked on no entities. Wait, why did... There was still an asteroid. I didn't delete the asteroid. I'm deleting the ship, right? Because the ship is a marker trait. The ship is a marker trait. I don't actually care about this. In fact, I can go, we could just say like, hey, I want the entity. We can do this with ship. No entities. Okay, Bevy ECS, query state, Bevy asteroids components firing. I think let OK ship entity. Oh, did I have that in here somewhere? Is that in here? Oh, and it tells me ship systems line, okay, 112. Oh. Because input firing is still attempting to run. Oh, it's because I'm attempting to get a single for a query with nothing. Oh, I didn't realize that that's what that was. I should, because I might not have a ship, I should not use singles for this. Aluminum, hello. How are you doing today? Ah, okay. Okay. So I should not use singles. I should not use singles. You're doing good? Excellent. That's good to hear. Oh, just do let OK ent get single. Wait, oh, get single. Oh, because there's a get single. Okay, so let OK mute firing like that. And then I have to have an else. So else return, right? Because like there is no ship, can't run this. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. I did need that return. So now if I search for every place where we have a single, which was those two places, so cool. That's nice. But okay. Do that. Else return. Now what? Oh, and then the get. I need the get. Okay. Now we shouldn't have any crashes. So now if I kill the ship, bullet systems. Why did the... Oh, the bullet system's getting the ship. Okay, the bullet system. Bullet system line 15. Same, let's see. firing query is from the ship has firing. So same thing. Okay, so okay. That equals else. Well, we can't fire if this doesn't have it. All right, so run you again. Yep. Okay. So now we have our engine is just stuck there forever, but we saw that there was a way to handle this. So in the ship system, when we're despawning, we have a choice of despawn recursive. So on also all the dependents. So that should get rid of the engine block. Yeah, now it's gone. So the ship can now die, which is great. Now, handle ship collisions. So this is more of, I actually don't think that handle ship collisions, this is going to be doing two things if I just name it that. But I can have two systems that do their own individual thing. So imagine that instead of handle ship collisions, it's going to be, this is going to be delete, like delete ship, delete destroyed ship. Oh, I was wondering, like, should I do, oh, because this will empty it out. You're right. I just need the one system. So now if I want to create, if I want to create like a bunch of lines or just something of like the ship breaking apart. And that would happen next, right? So I have command, so I can command spawn something. Correct. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just checking to see if the collision event is empty or not. Oh, but the collisions could be, oh. If I fire a bullet, the ship will die. I mean, suicide mission, right? And if an asteroid collides with another asteroid, the ship will die. Right. Okay. So what do I, okay, so this won't work. I do have to loop through. So so we get this ship entity. So for collision event in, I guess like for collision event. Now, if I read, iterates over the events this event reader has not seen yet. This updates the event reader's event counter, which means subsequent event reads will not include events that happened before now, which is not good because I'm going to remove the events that are not related to me. So read is not what I want. Is there anything else? Can I like peek at the event? I guess, okay, I'm making this too specific. I'm making this way too specific. This should not be the ship handler. This is just going to be, I'm going to just delete whatever it was when it got created. I think that's what I need to do. Okay. So this would be handle collisions. Or maybe the delete entity on collision, something like that. Or maybe handle collisions. So you have two systems reading that event. Both systems will be able to read the same set of events. Wait, really? It shouldn't remove it globally. It's per system. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay. So then this will work. All right. All right. So for collision and collision event dot read, it would be nice if it said that here. If it just like had one little tiny thing was like updates the event reader's event counter for this system. That would be nice. Okay, so if I do that, yeah, well, we'll find this out really quickly when we do the asteroid version and I start deleting the asteroids. That will do it. Okay, so how about that? We'll do that right away, right? So for collision in event collision read, I want to, let's see, let's let I need my entity. So we have the two entities, right? We have the two entities that we're going to be working with. Can I grab those out? Can I say something like entity other entity, let's see, collision event, whoa. Deriving deref on multi-field structs requires one field to have the deref attribute? Wait. Oh, because it doesn't know which one I'm going to get. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, fine. So I can't do that. Oh, just destructure it. Right, destructure. Right. We have that. So I can do collision entity other entity. Wait, doesn't it give me the thing? Why doesn't you give me the thing? Collision event read. This is an iterator with item of type collision, and type collision has that in it, doesn't it? Oh, it needs the name. You're right. Collision. There we go. Okay, so that's destructured now. So now I have my collision, and okay, so now I can check to see. I need my entity, so I have my ship entity here. I just lost it. So this is going to be ship entity, and this is the event entity, event other entity. I'm not sure how much I like putting them both into each other like that. I guess like for the ships, it doesn't really matter. Oh, we had an entire advertisement. I forgot to put the ads up. Sorry about that. The ad sign up. Okay, for collision and collision event read. So now we have this collision, and I want to check to see both of these, or none of them are, well, I guess like, okay, so if ship entity is equal to event entity, or ship entity is equal to event other entity, Then go ahead and clear this out because we're done. And go ahead and despawn. Okay, so I think that should work. Mismatch types, expected entity found. Okay, so event ship entity. We can deref you, right? Yeah, that'll work. That symbol. Then they want you to be. Oh, ship entity now. Can I borrow collision event? Oh, wait. Cannot borrow collision event as mutable more than once at a time. Right. Okay. So I don't ever need to clear this out now. I don't need to clear it out. I just read through it. That makes sense. And we stop looking at. Okay, so that works. What are you upset about? I have a mismatched thing. I have made a terrible mistake somewhere. So here's the if one. Here's the for loop. Here's the function. I have open, close parentheses. Parentheses there, parentheses there. What am I missing? Unmatched closing. You're matched to there. You're matched to there. You're matched to there. And then you're matched to there. Okay, what are you talking about? You're matched to there. The editor figured it out. No code action, so it can't like give me any suggestions. Okay, what other symbols do I have that I may have like accidentally deleted? So okay, so let okay. All right, well, I guess something I could do is I can all right, so it's in the for loop. Okay. So then how about this? It's not the if statement. So it is you. Huh. Oh. Wait a second. What? You're for the function, but I have a for loop here. If I do that, oh, that's even, oh, weird. If I just do like a debug, just to have something here, if I just okay, Rust Analyzer, what is going on with this? I see you closing this here. You think though, so he says closing. You see this as closing handle ship collisions. Okay. I'm not trusting Rust Analyzer right this second. Let's see if I try to compile this. If we get that error. No. Okay, so Rust Analyzer's just got a little bit drunk. All right, so now we should successfully delete you, and we did not delete the asteroid. Okay, perfect. So now let's do this exact same thing over in Asteroids. So first of all, we start you. We'll handle asteroid collisions, or really I can just handle collisions here. Okay, what are the things that I need to care about? I care about, well, getting looping through the asteroids. So we'll have our query. You have never seen as many issues with Rust Analyzer as I have experienced, at least not for years. Is Helix using an old version? That's a good question. Um Helix, was it health Rust? I keep on forgetting. Okay. Oh, it's using Rust Analyzer from the latest version of Rust, right? Like that should, whenever I do Rust update, that should update Rust Analyzer, right? Or is it just it's the wrong that's the wrong version, isn't it? Is it Rust Analyzer? What version is latest? Is that a super old version? I didn't even notice that. 2024-0409. I mean, it's not like we know that Rust Analyzer updates every week, right? Okay, so all right, that's the one I have in my path. Is there a Rust up installs Rust Analyzer 2, right? These days? You blame Helix? It could just be Helix. Yeah. I mean, it could be. I used to have a lot of trouble with Rust Analyzer in VS Code too. So I'm willing to just also blame modern dev. All right. Well, let's not worry about it right now. Let's see. Zoomer dev, yeah, something like that. Okay, so if I want an asteroid and I have a marker trait, right? So I can do something like with asteroid. Okay. So with asteroid, and right now we just want the entity. That's all we care about right now. And later on we might add to this. And I also know I want the command. So we want mute command. And then we want the events, right? So I guess this is the collision events is events reader events. Yeah, event reader. Oh, there it is. Event reader collision. Okay, so I've got you. First off, we get our. All right, so we're gonna have a lot of asteroids potentially, so we have to do the full loop to this. So we're gonna start with loop through. So for asteroid entity in query. Okay, so we have an asteroid entity. I want to now read through the collision events to see if this asteroid is in the collision events. So I have to do Well, I probably would just want to do this one at a time, right? So I want let yeah, so like it would be let collision event entity other event entity equals collision events read. So I just get one of those, and then we loop through all of you, and then we see if you're the same, right? So if my asteroid entity is equal to the event entity or if the asteroid entity is equal to the other event entity, okay, so if you're equal to the other one, now why not loop? What if for some reason two events came in before the next update? I guess, okay, so my mind is a little bit, maybe I'm just confusing myself. If I have a loop in here where I'm looping through all my asteroid entities, and then I also loop in, won't I be losing? Oh, I loop around this one. I do the, okay, so I was thinking I had to loop through the collisions in here, but I have to do it the other way around. Okay, so we do this, where we say, for, I might as well just convert it right here. So for collision in collision events read, throw you in there. Okay, so double loop. So we get a collision from this, and then we loop through all the entities. If you're one or the other entity, now this is where we get to make a choice, right? Because like we can choose to say, hey, no matter what type of entity it is, you die. Or if it's another asteroid, don't die. How would I know if if the entity is another asteroid? Is there a way for me to like just ask the do I have to get the entity, like the full entity from it? Then it is in my query. So I know that this asteroid is an asteroid. Correct. I know that I'm looping through asteroid entities, but what I want to know is if the event entity is an asteroid or not. Or if the other event entity, right? Because I have to check those. Because it's not enough to know, hey, this is me. Like let's imagine that the first one is it, right? Right? So like, okay, this one is the event. What's the other one? Is it a ship? Query get entity? Was that something I could wait? Query get entity. Where it's not commands dot get entity? I thought it was commands dot get entity. Okay, if they're both is okay, then they were both asteroids. Wait, what? How would I know that? Oh, so for this query, I can do another thing? Oh. Wait a second. Before I do that, I'm curious now. Okay, so if I hit this, so I actually don't know if I want to do the if statement like this here, but what you're saying is I can just do like let's just say like, you know, is I have to do is okay. Okay, so let is asteroid equals query dot get returns the reader only query item for the given entity. Oh, but it uses, oh, that's so much better. Oh, that's so awesome. Okay, so then I can just do like other event entity. Okay, so how can we do this? Maybe we yeah, maybe we can do it without the second loop. So hold on, let's try this. Let's figure this out. So for collision event entity. Now, this is going through all the events. You're right. I just get these two. So I just do let asteroid equals query.get event entity. Let other asteroid. Oh, and that's a result, right? So this has to be let okay. And I only care if it's an this would be if it, okay, so if a bullet hit it. Oh, okay, hold on. I use this filter to figure out what is collidable with it, right? So it's not with asteroid. It's going to be with like bullet. And so I don't actually care with the width anymore. So right now, if I just say like bullet, right? So if it's a bullet, then I say let okay asteroid ooh, but that's if it's a bullet, I do need the entity in order to know that I'm deleting it. Because like here's generally what we want to do is we want to if asteroid collided with something like let's start with now with bullet. Let's start with bullet. Then delete asteroid. That's what we're starting with. So I need the bullet could be the event entity or the other event entity. It could be either of these. I need multiple queries. Okay. Let's see. So this would determine whether or not the first one is a bullet or an Do I want to check to see if one of them is mine? One of them is me? Or do we not care? So to go, if asteroid collided with bullet, what I really need first is get get it's not like if asteroid, right? Or I guess I want to check to see, okay, so is event entity an asteroid? But if not, I need to check to see if it's a bullet. So this would be the collidable targets query. And then we have another query here, which is going to be the asteroids query. So this would be query asteroid. Okay, so if the entity is an asteroid, so we can just do like let not bullets and asteroids. I won't know which one it is, right? If it's both, I need them to be separate queries. Otherwise, I can't tell if it's an asteroid or a bullet. I guess. Well, what I'm doing right now, we're going to start with only having allowing asteroids to pass through other asteroids. Then we're going to start with that, and then we can like move on to asteroids can collide with other ones. I want to see if I can like understand how the event system and like filter those out properly first, because that feels like something to understand pretty well here, and then it simplifies it when I just say, hey, anything collidable, and it just blows up. Yeah, because I can just what I can do is I can add asteroid to the bullet when I want collidable targets to be to include running into other asteroids. That's what I'm thinking of. That's why I named this collidable targets too. But I can't? Why not? It would need to be collidable. Asteroids, well, I mean, we'll add collidable to the thing. And then your queries overlap and it crashes? Is that what would happen? If queries overlap? I don't know. This is where I'm trying to figure out like how we would want it to work. All right. Tea kettle thinks that everything's going to be fine. Okay, so I want to check to see. So we have to do these manually, right? We have to manually check to see if any of these are what we think that they're supposed to be, right? So we want to check event entity. Like we want to check to see if this is a collidable target or an asteroid, right? So do I want to do this as an if, or do I want to say like if an event okay, so if I wonder if I should just do like a let okay. Although you were saying like is okay, right? So like what if I just do like is asteroid. So for now you can't but you can't simply add asteroids to bullets as you would be asking for something that is both a bullet and an asteroid. Oh, okay. So I can't. So the initial plan was to eventually then say like, hey, you know what? I want anything like any of the things that I want to collide with. So like let's say I want if I run into it with my ship, it blows it up too. So I also want ship. And I also want another asteroid to blow it up. This would not work. That would not work. Okay. So Epic, hello. How are you doing today? All right, so we have to figure out. All right, so my plan is then maybe not right. Like this is not the right approach for this. I can still do option queries, but I'm not really sure how to use these. Like it feels like it's gonna be too much to do manually. Collidable plus option bullet would work. Wait, I can do an. What's an option bullet for that? We have a ship that can run around, and if you run the ship into an asteroid, it blows up or disappears from the universe. Same difference, right? Option works as I'd expect. Let's. You have a lot of faith that today my brain is working well enough that I'm gonna expect the right thing. But we'll try it. So an entity that has a collidable component and may or may not have a bullet. Well, right now, did I even put bullets as collidable? It's a good question. When I create the bullet, it's not collidable. Well, now it is. Okay. So collidable targets query. So I want. So this can't be collidable targets. This is going to have to be bullets query. So I'm only checking for bullets, I think. So I want. What was it collidable with you were suggesting? Collidable plus option. Okay. So collidable and then with and so you're saying I could just do an option here of like let's say bullet. And so use with if you don't care about the data that the component holds. I don't care, right? I just care that it would collided with this thing. Like whatever comes from this, I don't care about that, right? Well, eventually we want to eventually have that, but like we're starting right now, right? Okay, so we don't need an option if it's just bullets. All right, so we'll start with this. So we do a bullets query. Why do I have two mutes? weird. Okay, collision events, read. Did you break again? What's going on? Why do I have an int? Where did that even come from? Helix. What did I do? Okay, so oh, that was supposed to be an in. You're right. It was supposed to be an in. Okay. In that. There we go. You're right. We're going mad. So, like I'm going mad. Madness is happening. Okay, so cannot mutate immutable variable collision events. You're right. Okay, so you have to be mutable. So we get you. Now, I want to check to see if one is an... Okay, so I need to check to... Okay, so we need to check to see if event entity is an asteroid or other event entity is an asteroid, right? We have to get ourselves first. But we're not really doing this. This system isn't really our like running through all of them. It's like doing it multiple times. Because we're trying to do this without a inner for loop, right? So that was the big thing, is like we're doing this in order not to use an inner for loop. So there is no ourselves. I just need to check to see if event entity is an asteroid or not. So if I do I want to get it first, or do I want to if it? I guess I want to. I can just do let. So is event entity asteroid? And that would allow me to do an asteroids query, get event entity is okay. Okay. And so that we now know that if that's an asteroid or not. So if it's an asteroid, okay. So then I need to know if the other one is an asteroid too. So that is other entity asteroid. Asteroids query get other event. Okay. So if either of these are true and one of them is... Okay, so they both can't be true, right? One of them has to be true, but they both can't be true. Is this the right pattern for this? Am I going down like a really bad rabbit hole? It doesn't feel right. But I'm also like having trouble wrapping my brain around this, and it's like it's not the way I would normally do it. I would normally just do the inner for loop. Okay, so how would this logic work? If one of them is true, so if event entity asteroid is true and the other is true, you almost want an enum to match left and right, but that doesn't work well with an ECS like this. Right, exactly. Because I would want something else going on, but I don't have access to that. Like at that point, I might as well have a full like struct with all these different properties on it. But we're not doing that. We're doing an ECS system. So if they're both asteroids, I ignore it, right? So we just continue. Okay, so if is event entity asteroid, so if other and is event entity asteroid, if they're both true, we're going to continue. Otherwise, we have to figure out which one is the asteroid and delete it, right? Because we know it's collidable. Something like let some bullet equals event entity, other entity, iter, filter map, query get, Do I care about the bullet side though? Same kind of thing for the asteroid. If the other one, okay, so let some bullet equals event entity. Oh, you're creating an array there. An event entity, other entity. Okay. I see. In this case, with the collidables, but I also need to check to see if it's a bullet. So I need to do both, right? It's not just checking to see if it's a like, because what if it's a ship also? What if it's the ship that crashed into it? I can I really do bullets query for that? Or do I have to do bullets query and asteroids query? Check if left-hand side is a bullet. If yes, then if right-hand side is an asteroid, then do something. Then again for right-hand side. Okay. That's sort of like what this was, right? Yeah, and so like this is where like the not doing it as an inner loop is faster, because this is going to run faster, but it's going to be significantly less good to look at. Like the code is not going to be fun. What is it like Marie Kondo or somebody's like, does this code bring me joy? No, but it does run fast. So that's good. That part is joyful. So we check to see if left-hand side is a bullet. Okay, so here's the new logic. So if left is bullet, and then if right is asteroid, destroy right asteroid. Okay, so if left is asteroid, if right is bullet, destroy left asteroid. That's what. Thank you, Rest Analyzer. I had so much nice indentation on that. You just didn't care at all. Okay, so I think it was something like that. There. All right, so we can do this with an if here. So if bullet, okay, so this is if left is bullet, so we can do the bullets query. So if bullets query get event entity is okay. So you are a bullet now. So we know that. So, and then we have to check you. So if right is an asteroid, so then if asteroids query okay, destroy the right asteroid. So then this would be commands get other event entity despawn. It wasn't get. I thought it was get. Commands dot. Oh, entity. Other event entity despawn. Okay, so that gets the right one. And then we do this all over again. This could be an else if, right? Because you don't need to run this if the left-hand side is not a bullet. We need to run this. If the left-hand side is a bullet, I don't need to run this one. Okay, so this will be then an else if. Then it will be do I really want to do this opposite? If the right-hand side, okay, so we probably want to do the opposite. If the right-hand side is a bullet, so else if bullets query get other event entity. So this is really if the right is bullet, okay, then we just say if asteroids query is like rock, paper, scissors, kind of, except with lots of if statements, which I don't like, but I don't have a better way of doing it right now. Then commands entity. It's just event entity. And then we despawn. Okay. So Wait, what? Why didn't you take? Dereference. Okay, fine. I'll do it by hand. Okay, so we're happy here. You have unique logic for different combinations of colliding entities, like asteroid plus rock. Rock is destroyed. No, I don't right now. Right now, okay, so the plan right now is to figure out how to do asteroids get destroyed only by bullets. Later on, I would like to update that just to sort of like, I want to see it this, like how to do it when like, okay, only some of them get collided. Later on, I would love to see, okay, then asteroids and bullets destroy asteroids. I want both. I want eventually both. Eventually both. But right now, we're starting with just bullets destroy asteroids. So this would be handle collisions now, right? So if we do that, we have some warnings. Visualize size. I'm actually okay with you. So we're going to allow you to unused. Is this asteroid logic or bullet logic? I'm in the asteroids system, so it's asteroids logic, I think, right? Or should that be in the bullet system? The bullet checks it and then the bullet deletes. I guess like who deletes? Is the asteroid deletes itself or does the bullet delete the asteroid? That's pretty, I guess like that's another way of thinking about it. I'm not really sure. I think we want to modularize that logic, maybe as an enum, and then have a function dedicated for determining that destruction hierarchy. And that should make that system much cleaner and easier to follow. How would I do that? So this would be an enum for the event. I guess first off, let's check to see if this works. So if I fire a bullet, the bullet doesn't have a size, does it? Giving the bullet a size would probably be helpful. So you have 15, and I think it was like what, 15 times 2 or something like that. So I want like 7.5. And then you become a dereferenced bullet size. And then you spawn with a bullet size. So if you're collidable with the size, then I think I can destroy it. Where's my ship? Oh, my ship died instantaneously. Yeah, probably should make it so that the asteroids can't spawn on top of the ship. That would be helpful. The ship got destroyed by its own bullet. Right. Okay. So in the ship collision, we have to All right. What do I want to do? I want to check to see if the event I need to do the same thing here. I need to check to see if the event is the ship. So we need to check to see if left is the ship or the right is the ship or something else. I am interested in the logic that you have ckettle, but I'm not really sure how to do that. So maybe it's an EM, then have a function dedicated for determining that destruction. Usually a massive chain of if statements suggests a poor. Well, no, I totally understand that. It's the reason why I don't have another one to do is because I don't really understand how to do it. So yeah, totally get it. You're not totally sure what I'm trying to do. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that I don't have collisions happen between some, and I do have collisions happen between others. Our event system is basically just saying this did some with something else, right? So, but I don't know what the left and right were because they're just entities, but I don't know which entities they are. So I have to check that, right? Rasmus Go, hello. How are you doing today? Can you make a single query with optional components? I think that's what they were saying. Yes. I think that's what they were saying. But I'm not sure how it helps with the left and right problem. Right? So, for example, here, I want the ship to be destroyed by anything that touches it except its own bullets. Right now, that would mean any bullets, right? I don't know if I'm going to add in a UFO with bullets that fire at it. That would be interesting. It would break this, but we'll handle that later. Okay, then you can query left and right entity and get a tuple with all the relevant information. Okay. So you're saying because I have the marker components. So because I have okay, so instead of a ship query like this, I could instead have just a query. So we're going to do a query, and then I would have there'd be a tuple, and we're going to have an option of ship and an option of bullet, right? I don't get the ship query like this. I loop through the collisions and collision event. I then want to grab out each thing, so we're going to get rid of you. And so we're going to say left is going to be, so query, we're going to get event entity. Now that gives me a result. And I can't return results from this, right? So I have to unwrap this, or I have to handle this in some other way. It's like if you don't work, it's like I have to let okay equals that. Otherwise, we have to break or continue. And we shouldn't be running into that problem anyways. But okay. Is this all one line? No, it's not one. Okay, so if I do that, you're right. I could just do if let. There's not really a big difference here. So if let okay equals that. No, 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 no. I need them at this level. Because if I do an if let, I'm indented in. I don't think it can fail, can it? So you're right. I probably can just do this. It's going to be a tuple, right? All right, so let's figure out what we got here. Left equals this. Change, and we'll expect. This is extracting components components from like while handling ship collisions. And then I want to do the exact same thing, but now it's right. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a tuple of it can either be a ship or a bullet. It's probably going to be one or the other. You don't add a collidable, then you pick up the engine entity too. Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I want to say with collidable. So it's only things, okay, so only give me ship and bullet that are collidable. Okay. So then, all right, so I have option ship, option bullet in left, option ship, option bullet in right. So I can check to see, oh, ad break. Combine left and right into a tuple to match against. Or perhaps a trait. Wait, how would a trait work? All right, and we're back. So now we can talk about again. Okay, so combine left and right into a tuple to match against. But wait, match against left and right or instead of right? Every option has its own issues. The trait option would suffer from BigQuery option. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was a little bit confused, but I was like, okay, maybe you have like some amazing thing, and I was like, yes, I will totally do that. Um, left and right at the same time. How do you match against two tuples at the same time? Because really what I want to do is I want to essentially do like the equivalent of a merge, right? Where if it's none here, it becomes the sum as the other. Just pattern match them as a tuple. Okay, let's try it. So if I match, it'd be left, right, right? No code action. So it has no idea what this is. Missing match arms. Okay. All right. So so we're gonna then have on the left here, we're gonna have so it'd be some ship. Okay, so if you're a ship and you're a some bullet. Okay, so if you're a ship and you're a bullet, then I want to continue, right? So we don't do anything at all. We continue. If you're a some ship and you're a none, then I want to destroy the ship. So that would be commands was it commands event? No, entity. Hold on. Get out of my way. Okay, commands dot. Why is that a capital? Entity. I don't like this because you also have to include the flipped condition. Don't we have to do it? We have to conclude the flipped condition the other way we were doing it. So what's the difference? It's nicer. It's nicer, right? Why are you upset at me? Why are you acting like you're a module instead of the variable? Like that feels weird. Okay, so entity, and then I want to get the entity. So this would be the left one is the ship, right? So now it's going to be event event entity despawn. Except it's what is it? Recursive despawn? Like recursive despawn recursive. Like that. Oh, I did a semicolon there. That's why. You should be like this. It got freaked out from that. Right, okay. So if I do some ship, some bullet, okay, so then if you're none, we do that. Now we have to do the opposite too, right? So we have to do if it's some bullet and a some ship, then we continue. If it's a none and a some ship, then we're going to Bevy commands, entity. This would be the other event entity, despawn recursive, like that. Mismatch type, expect a tuple, option, component ship. Wait, isn't that what I got? Found an enum option unknown. What? Oh, wait. So I don't put a sum. I put an option? Wait, isn't this pattern match? Isn't this the pattern match? I'm confused about this. Because like if I don't have the sum. Okay, hold on. It's also why like it's not giving me any help here. A tuple of two. Oh, is a tuple of tuples? So okay, so if I just do like A. You're right. It is a tuple of tuples. So you're like that. If I have A here and B, it's another. Is it just two? Just like that? No. No, it's. Oh, this is even worse. This is even worse than up here. Okay. I'm liking this a little bit less now. 'Cause like now this is like the first one is now A B like that. And then we have right over here, which is AB. So we have basically left. So this is left. So left would be some ship. And then the right would be some bullet. Because they only care about one at the same time, one at a time, right? So if the left is a ship, so it would be some none, right? So if it's a ship, or if it's if it's a ship on the left and a none. Wait, because it's always ship bullet, right? Yeah, so it would be a none some bullet, right? And then you would be Bevy commands entity. So this would be the left one. So event entity. Like that. What are you upset about? Mismatch closing delimiter of closing you. Okay. What are. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. This is like. This is going to make it really hard for me to read and understand what's going on. Oh, wait. I failed to close you here, right? That closes that. That closes you. It's a none. Yeah, mega matches are great. Okay. Did I break Rust Analyzer again? I misplay. Oh, there's a comma. You're right. There we go. Helix should have rainbow delimiters. Yeah. As soon as we get plugins, I bet that the rainbow, whatever that plugin that everybody uses in VS Code for rainbow would just, that would be almost immediately implemented, right? That's my guess. All right, now what? Now what are you upset about? Mismatch closed delimiter. So let's see. I have you open. I'm attempting to do you as this thing, and that returns it. That does its thing. And then you close. That matches you. Okay, what? Okay, there we go. Wait, no. It hasn't restarted LSP yet. A final Am I missing one final one of these? I have two. So if you open there, you open it close to there. Oh, you're right. Yeah. So one right there. Okay. Match left and right. Non-exhaustive patterns. Okay, so it would be nice if you could give me all these that I could do. Yeah, it's triply nested, which is like, oh God. So the thing though is that how is this different than the massive amount of if statements? I don't think it is. It's just a different form, but it's exactly the same thing. We've just put the mess from like the left side of the room to the right side of the room. Same logic, different structure. Yeah, exactly. But the problem is that as I add more things, like what if I did add a UFO? What if now I need to check different things? This is not going to work for us. So we need to find a different way of doing this. Ray March, hello. How are you doing today? If statements cannot do exhaustiveness checking in the compiler. I mean, you can, but it's going to be really, 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 really bad. As in, it's good. You're just going to have so much stuff, and it's not going to be great. It's more of like you have to create so many of them that it's not great anymore, at least for this specific use case. It's not necessarily for everything, but like for the thing that we're working on right now, we can become exhaustive with if statements. But it's a lot of, it's exponential the number of if statements we need for everything else. Oh, the compiler cannot determine exhaustion. Sorry, I misread that. Then yeah, in that case, we're not going to be getting compiler help from this. We're going to be getting just its logic help. So we have to run it and see if it works in runtime, which means that we have bugs and we're not really using Rust to its full capability. But I'm not really sure. So like the original idea of the reason why we went down this path was the thesis that we could avoid an inner loop by looping through everything else inside of the collisions. So it would be one loop that we can do. But I'm not seeing this is, in my opinion, less good than an inner loop. Like we might as well do the inner loop now. I guess like the thing that I'm worried about is the one with those if statements is going to have the same level of logic though, right? Don't try to make the code simpler than the necessary game logic. Well, I'm not trying to make it simpler. I'm trying to make it like readable. Um which doesn't always have to be simple. You can always map the left and the right to an enum. Like put an impl on an enum, so like create an enum somewhere else. Start with working. Yeah, well, that's also what we're working with right now is starting with that. Imagine mapping the logic for rock paper, scissors. Determine the winner, left player or right player. This is just rock, paper, scissors on a larger scale. Well, okay, so I get that. I'm having trouble mapping that to what I need to do here because I don't like this. Like I'm gonna I'm gonna add in a lot of bugs when I try to do this because like it's having like I already am having trouble like saying like okay, this means that the left one's the ship and the right one's a bullet, right? So therefore we despawn it because it's the ship and the bullet, and so that I need to do this again. So I guess here, if I do this again, then it would be the opposite, right? It would be a it'd be a none and a some ship. No, wait. It's always ship on the left. Okay. Hold on. So it wouldn't be that. It would be a none and a some bullet. Right? And then a some ship. And a none here. Right? So like if that's the case, we're also despawning recursive. Did I mess this up? Goku, hello. How are you doing today? List the actions that we want to have. I had done that before, and we got rid of them after we had it working, but then it turns out it wasn't working. Spawn the other entity? Despawn the other entity. Can I despawn it? Oh, wait. Not despawn. You're right. Despawn the other entity. Yeah. I do have this error though. I need to figure that out. What's going on with you? Expected a semicolon. Why do you expect a semicolon? You're in a oh, it wrapped this okay. It wrapped oh weird. Okay, hold on. That's okay. So then we still have errors here. Mismatched, so here. Okay, stop. Do that. Right? No. Some oh, one more here. That's what that was. Then semicolon U. And then we want, you're right, we want to get the other entities. This is the event other entity, and despawn that. And then for everything else, I just continue like that. I think. How do I like Rust for game dev? I do like Rust for game dev. I'm used to using GGEZ instead of Bevy, which Bevy gives me a lot more things, but I have to think about things in like different ways. Usually it was like, okay, I just control everything, which in some ways that makes it easier, and in many other ways it makes it harder. It's but it also makes it like less. It's harder, but also less for me to do. Like if that makes sense. Which also is then easier. It's one of those weird things. Bevy makes the pains of Rust barrel checker much easier to deal with. So if you like Rust type system, it's pretty okay. Now this one I'm working with that. Okay. Thank you, Rasmus. Yeah, we eventually figured it out and got it. So this should work now, and a ship should not be killed by its own bullet. That's the idea. So now the ship is still killed by the bullet. What did I do wrong? I did the literal opposite. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so this isn't how it works. It needs to be not just a ship and a bullet. It needs to be ship, bullet, and okay. So my query is: I have to have a ship, a bullet, and I have to check for an asteroid. So an option asteroid, which means that on each one of these, we're also checking for that. So if you're a ship, so it's ship, bullet, asteroid. So if you are a ship, a none for the bullet. Oh, it'd be okay. So we're checking for ship, right? So it's ship, none, 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 bullet, none. Okay, so if you're a ship and you're a bullet, we continue. And then we're gonna try your trick. Whose suggestion was that? Asitsu. We'll try your trick, Asitsu, after we get the basic logic working and see if we could refactor it better. Okay, so if you're a ship and a bullet, we continue. If you're a, I think then it's going to be a, let's reset this. Okay, so if you're a ship and you're a bullet, we continue. If you're a ship and an asteroid, okay, so if it's a sum, ship, none, 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 some asteroid, then I want to despawn the ship. So this would be the left one. So it's event entity. Okay. And then we need to test the other way around, right? So then if it's a, and I guess I'm just doing a continue on these. So I don't care about you, right? So I'm only checking to see if you're a ship and an asteroid. And so then I need to check the other way. So this is now going to be a none, none, asteroid, some asteroid, and a some ship. Okay, so if you're those, then I want to Bevy commands entity, and it's going to be the event other entity despawn recursive. I think that's what it is then. Otherwise, ignore it. Okay, happy there. No errors, so let's run this and see if I can shoot the asteroid. Okay. Why is the Asteroid getting recreated. That's a little bit weird. Huh. So I can shoot now. So that's good. So we got this up and running. The asteroid stuff is not working properly because I'm apparently recreating an asteroid. Which that feels odd, like I'm not deleting it properly. But okay, let's commit this. All right, so we're handling collisions with bullets, ships, and asteroids. Oh, when I ran into it, I just died forever. I didn't come back, right? I kind of need to check that really quickly. Yeah, I'm gone forever. I don't come back. That's interesting. Okay, so all right, so Esitsu, your suggestion was create an enum with a ship, bullet, and asteroid. Oh, an ad break just started. Okay. I'm going to take a super quick break on this one too. So I'll be right back and then we'll work on this plan. All right. Ads are done. Okay. So let's see what we can figure out with this entire thing. We are going to try to create an enum with ship, bullet, and asteroid and map the output. Okay. I think I know how to do that. I feel like you're re-implementing the query.get via your option tuple. I I don't think I understand. So I want to be able to get if it's a ship or a bullet or an asteroid. If I don't do that, I have to do a whole bunch of the different ones, right? The get already checks if an entity is part of that query, so separate queries would solve the thing your match statement solves, right? I guess what the reason why we went to this was because we were trying not to have to do 3 queries per one, right? So like if I have to check to see if event entity, I have to check to see, okay, are you a ship or are you a bullet or are you an asteroid? And are you a ship or are you a bullet or are you an asteroid? That's what we have to figure out. But I do that in a match statement from this query, though. I do that in a match statement from the query. So I still have to do the query to get there. Now, if I were to create, okay, so I don't like maybe it would be like utility or something. I don't necessarily have like an entity type, like an entity where to put those. That might be like a components type thing where I would have something like a pub enum entity type. And then we'd have ship, bullet, asteroid. This problem can be understood without all the Bevy isms. It's a binary relation. You want to determine identity and its variant. I suggest isolating these issues, solving a simplified environment, then re-implementing in Bevy. I wouldn't be needing all the option stuff without Bevy, though, right? Like that's the problem, because if it was just a simple like if you need to be like kill this one or kill that one, I would probably do something an entity with a like a functions on it for like, okay, if the ship kills that one, do that. And probably like a function on it. It's like, let's imagine I do something like impl on entity type. If I were to do like pub function kills, and then I could have self other, which would be an self, then I could return true or false, right? The problem of determining what to do based on what pair of variants you were working with, regardless of order, is problem unrelated to Bevy. It's a commutative binary relation. Figure out how to express this with just raw Rust types. So like this would be probably how I would do it in Rust, raw Rust types. Something like this. It's like if I have an entity type like that. And so if I have like if like this is my first thought about this, but it's not really like a problem that I've ever worked with before, I don't think. Cumulative meaning the order of the pairs is irrelevant, but you do want to be able to identify what was what in order to do stuff with left or right. Yeah, I need to identify what left and right is so I can then say, hey, do you kill the other? So like, hey, if you were a ship, do you kill the bullet? So like if I match on self, which obviously then we're going to have like a self bullet. But yeah, like, so this runs into the other thing, right? Where it's like, yeah, that doesn't really work because now it's too complicated again, and it's like too many things on the left, too many things on the right. So that doesn't work. I need almost to hand something else. Like, it wouldn't be a function on this. Um, yeah, I don't know. If stream to stream. Hello. Hello. How are you doing today? You remember when you made an Astro game, it was slightly bad? I don't remember why when I made an Astro game in my own ECS system, and it was the collisions were less difficult than this for us. Okay, since it's commutative, the number of cases you need to consider is n divided by 2, where n is the number of variants. If it was not commutative, it would be n cases. Oh, you made one in Python using Pygame. Excellent. That's awesome. All right, so n versus n times 2. Okay, that makes more sense. Does the entity ID imply ORD? I don't think so. I don't remember the documentation. I don't remember if it said that you're guaranteed to get them in. No, I think actually it says you're guaranteed not to get them. I don't actually. There's no guarantee. You're not guaranteed to get them in the same order, right? Ever. I mean, I can do something like kill ship, but you think the hardest part was the math with for rotation of the ship. Okay. Yeah, if you do that by yourself and you don't use any libraries for math type stuff, doing the tan2 or arctan2 or whichever it was to figure that out. Yeah, I remember like learning about the arctan2 was the hardest part. And then you use a library that does vector math and you're like, "Oh, this is simple. I just did a dot rotate and now we're good." I guess like the first thing we might want to do though is pull this in, right? So like this might be a frun, a frun. What am I saying? So if I impl from, and then what was the queries for this? It was this fun stuff. Now, the other thing is like, I don't know. Will we actually be able to go down to individual queries for this, or do we still need to use the option? Because if I want to convert this into like, is it a ship or is it not a ship? It's going to be something else. Moving a character with sine and cosine was the thing that made me love math instead of hating it as a kid. I can definitely see that because you feel that now you can actually do something with math as opposed to it's just theoretical and like, no, who's using this? Visualizing it too is also a lot of fun, like the art with code stuff, especially using math. It would be simple if the entity type was a component. but it seems redundant with the individual marker types. Right, because we have the marker types. That was a thing, right? Yeah, it would be absolutely redundant for that. The Bevy-isms don't matter. How to represent the logic should come naturally once the core issue is understood. I guess that's the problem, is like I don't really understand how to do the combinatorial checking of types and whether or not they destroy each other, or one destroys the other without destroying the other. Visual code remind me of the LeetCode days. Oh, does LeetCode do visual type stuff? I thought it was all just like algorithms that you don't get visuals for. I haven't really done much with LeetCode though. The abstracting of putting all the collisions in the same structure is making things needlessly awkward. Okay, so we have the non we've reached like standard Twitch. We have differing points of view of which ways to go through it. Vevin, hello. Bevy Boo, like you don't like Bevy? Rust Boo, you don't like Rust? Well, that's fine. Everyone can have their own opinion. But is there a reason to boo it? Oh, you're just being a typical Twitch chatter? Well, that's fine. Totally understood. You're on Twitch. I guess just don't go to YouTube and do that there, because then you'll be a Twitch chatter in YouTube, and I don't think that works. I think that would like implode the universe. Okay. So if I had like an enum with different entity types, I would probably just create a function that I could call to say, hey, if you're this thing, what are all the other ones? And then it just becomes a bunch of if statements. But that was also the argument for that you need to figure out how to do it without the if statements. So I don't really know how to do it without the if statements. In the past, I think I've always done the let's see, it's either been the object oriented style or something else. I'm not really sure how to go with it without going that direction in an ECS system. So if I tried like multiple queries, let's add in a query here, because we're allowed to do that as many as often. So let's say I create like a single query for a ship, right? So if I have like a ship query, and this would just be what? Ship. That's all we care about then, right? So it's just a ship. Does it have this thing? And then we can say in our collisions, let OK ship well, I'm not getting this ship though. So I need to check. Okay, so I want to check to see if the event entity on the left is a ship or not. So it would be like is left ship. And then we can just do ship query So that's fine. But now I also need to check to see if the left is an asteroid, right? So now we add that in here. Okay, so now we know if the left is a ship or is an asteroid, right? You think the query returning options might be better than asking individual queries? I mean, and so like that's where we're going back and forth, right? We're going in circles with these because we collectively are having trouble like figuring out what is the best way to do this. Like we can get it to work with either of these, and then both of those make us all feel like it's not the best way to do it because it's just really messy. And so this is the argument for not doing individual queries like this. If let some ship, I can't do the if let because then what if it's not the ship on the left hand side? I've lost it due to the block. The ship could be on the left or the right or none at all. Because this is going through all collision events. If let some ship equals ship query get event or else. Oh, I didn't see the or else. Ship query get. Why is the collision system aware of ship and asteroid components at all? Also, Kuvi Man, hello. How are you doing today? So it's not really aware. So I guess like that's the problem. So this isn't the collision system. This is the handling the collision that got sent to us. So the event doesn't actually care what it is. The event looked at all the things that could be collided and then sent a event saying, hey, this thing on the left collided with this thing on the right. And that's what we got here. The problem we're running into right now is I want to say, hey, I only want a ship to collide with an asteroid. I don't want a ship to collide with a bullet, or potentially like maybe I don't want an asteroid to collide with an asteroid. I don't even want an asteroid. I want an asteroid to collide with a bullet. That would be those things that we want to do. So the question has become, how do we, now that we've like received an event, we're looking through the collision events, how do we get which thing it was out to then do something with that and make like a logical decision? And maybe the answer is to change how the collision system works. And so it's like, hey, the ship collided with an asteroid, or the ship collided with something. I don't know. Like, is that a good idea? So yeah, that's what we're working on, Kubernetes. So here, if you want to take a look, we have our event. Where's our events? Here's our events. Our event is we decided collectively to create a collision event that has a left and a right. So they're both entities. And we don't really care what it is. And then in the shared systems, we have detect collisions. So I just look for any entities that have the collidable marker component on it. We're just doing circle and very simple circle stuff here. So we just determine if it's colliding. And if it is, we send a collision with the two entities that collided. Now we're trying to handle it. You never did myself, but these things are okay. I guess the other thing is I was trying to do this as without bringing in a third party like system for this and using like I'm trying to do more if possible from like just Bevy on its own unless I really don't have a choice. I will add that in to like look into eventually though. If it's just really like not gonna be something we can do without a tremendous amount of code, then we'll have to look into that. In general, like do they talk about how they do it, or is it like a collision group something that they do behind the scenes? Okay, so they have a. If I were to do something like this, I would create a in my collider. In my collision marker component, I can change it from a marker component to take in a number to then do a bit mask filter, a bit mask for a collision group. The list of collision events is a terrible abstraction of it lumps together different events and will test things that don't care about, such as bullets against bullets. But what's the list of collision events? Like, you mean the collision event that I have right now, which is just a tuple of the left and right? I think you should do an enum collision group, asteroid ship, okay. And then when you have a collision, you can filter based upon two groups. Better to test all ships against all asteroids than all bullets against all asteroids. Well, the bullets kill the asteroids, right? So you have to test bullets against the asteroids, right? How would you know if? Because like a ship against the asteroids is one thing. So I guess I don't understand how to not like we need both, right? We need to test against the ship against the asteroid to see if it crashed, and the bullets, right? Oh yeah, I'm trying to do that right now. That's what I'm trying to do. So I guess like the other question is, should we be doing different events for the different things? Like an event for a ship hitting an asteroid. Uh because like right um right now we're trying to do no event. Okay, so you're recommending no events whatsoever. And so we do multiple collision detections. Okay. Yeah, it was suggested. Okay, so no events. I like events. All right. Wait. Okay. Kuvan, you like events, but not in Bevy. You don't like the Bevy events? You tried Even.io library recently. You liked it more than Bevy. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of Even.io. I got a request for looking into Fireox, which is a different game engine library or a game engine. All right. Advertisements are starting. All right, so let's take a look at all the options for collision handling that we've been talking about so far. So we have one which is the most recently suggested one was system that detects collisions and handles them. So an example of this, I guess we could do example would be ship detects if it uh, collides with any asteroid, then deletes itself. A system that detects any collisions, or really not any, all collisions between all objects and sends event. That's what we have right now. And that's the one where we're not super happy with what we got because we don't know what we have. Now we could do, if we were to do that, we might have to do the event, the collision grouping to then in this collision function do our loops through those specific items. And we might have to have multiple ones. We have to loops and say like, okay, are there any collisions between bullets and asteroids? Are there any collisions between ships and asteroids? Are there any collisions between asteroids and asteroids? Something like that. So I kind of feel that it might, this one's definitely, I think, going to be the easiest one to do, because it's like really simple, right? Look, we're not trying to, like, this one is basically trying to use the event system as a way of communicating that something happens. Like, one thing determines did something happen, and another thing then does it. We have multiple systems handling different things. They just all loop through the events. Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's like it's not like we have one thing that handles the events. It's like we have one system that detects all the collisions, and then we also have systems to handle specific collision events that they care about. And perhaps a combination of these two is important here, because if we do collision grouping, instead of having one hey, collision event, what if we had collision events for each individual thing? So like, what if we had a ship collision event, or like ship asteroid collision event, an asteroid collision event, an asteroid bullet collision event? Would that make more sense? Whether to use events or not, and whether to have systems for each pairs or a global system, is independent decisions. Well, and we have both, because we have a global collision detection system, and we have individual systems for types that are reading from the global event emitting system. Does that make sense? I don't think that was weird to say. Okay, hold on. I tried to go over to the wrong window. Let me open this up. Okay, so you'd have handle ship collisions. So you would have ships query ships. You have the asteroids query asteroid, and you have your event reader collision. So for collision, so we have our left, right. We have our left and right coming in. We have our pair is, okay, you're putting them together in an array. Let some ship equals pair find. Then ships get E. Otherwise, so wait a second. What if, oh, because it's checking either of them. Okay, so if either of them are a ship, find it. And if either of them are an asteroid, find it. That's what you're going with. Right, and a ship cannot be an asteroid. At least in my game. I'm fairly confident in saying that I don't plan on ever implementing a feature where a ship can be an asteroid. And if I wanted like bullets and some other things, then it would be the same. It would be the same thing. So like basically we could find whatever you could be colliding with. I want to check that out. I like this. I like this a little bit more, or maybe a lot more. Let's try this out and see how it works. So I want not there. I want ship systems. So I committed what we had previously, right? Let's see. I don't remember what it is. So terrible commit name. But once we've done that, we're going to try this out now. So we have a ship query, and we have an asteroid query. We're going to get rid of that one. So I want to we get our collision. Let's go ahead and get rid of all of this stuff and start over with it. Okay, so we have our really it's just going to be like left. I mean these literally have like no. Yeah, don't worry about that. Ray, we'll figure it out. The general idea is the really important part, right? So entity A and then entity B. Normally I hate like A and B, that kind of stuff, but because we don't know what these are, using an A and B actually might be helpful in telling the reader of the code we don't know what these are. What about for A, B in collision event read, flat map, collision, flat map, collision AB or ABBA? I'm not sure. Would I have to combine that with actually trying to convert that into specific objects? Can you push this code somewhere? Yes, yeah, I can push. Here, let me push it as it is. Get pushed there, and can I view it? Yeah. And here is okay. So there's a link to that in Twitch and then YouTube. If you just look in the description of the video, there is the link should be already there. Yeah, and so like eventually one of the things we were thinking about trying is asteroid versus asteroid collision. So I do want to have that available for usage later. Okay, let's try though Ray's your idea. So we have you. Now we're going to turn these into an array, right? And then we're going to find them. Oh, but we have to do them twice. So, okay. So let's do let collided entities going to equal to entity A, entity B. And then we can do let sum. Right, because the sum is off the find, because the find is the one that's unknown. Okay, so it's the sum, and we're going to have the ship, and we have to check both of them, right? So now we're going to say our collided entities. We get the iterator. We then find. We have an entity off of here. That's okay. This implements clone, so I can do that, I think. Do I just need one of them? Oh, wait, no. It's like this, right? There. Now I have the entity. And I want to do the ships.get. Okay, so this is the ship query. .get. Hand it the entity. Now you have, okay, so you end the find and then try to do, yeah, right, because we're getting one. Okay, so if you do that, otherwise we continue. So that gives us a ship. And this is like, if we don't get this, there wasn't a ship ever. Now we could do the same exact thing, but instead of ship, this is now, wait, asteroid. So with asteroid, I guess we have entity, asteroid query, else continue. Okay, so I think that's the same. So now we know if we got a ship in an asteroid, we successfully collided. So we must have collided. So that means we can just do Bevy commands, entity. We have the entity, so it's going to be hand at the ship, despawn recursive. What are you upset about? Mismatch types. Oh, it's a result. So then I have to, we're going to expect. This is attempting to get entity while handling ship collision. Okay. Mismatch types found bool. Oh, never mind. Don't want to expect. I wanted, not thinking correctly. Not, I want get, I want is okay. Okay, so if it is okay, it found the thing, so we get the thing, there we go. I don't care about this asteroid. I don't actually want to do anything with it. I just wanted to see it. Okay. So if we do this, then I believe that we should still be able to be killed, but it's going to be much easier, right? Boom. Okay, so we can die there. Excellent. So let's now do the exact same thing with the bullets. Hold on, I missed some chat. I guess there's directed and undirected collisions. When you say entity A collides with entity B, it can mean asteroid hit the ship or just that two asteroids collided, and you would do them differently. Okay. Right, and I think that's where the collision groups that you were talking about would come in, right? I would probably just do them separately, very differently. How would you do this, Kubi Man? Because like I've not really done any serious like major like game dev beyond just little things like this, and I've never run. What did I do last time? I think when I did it last time, when I used an ECS system, it was a homegrown ECS system, and I just had a system that checked, okay, ship with asteroids, and then another system that checked bullets with asteroids, and then another one that checked like ship with like other bullets or something like that. So I think that's what I did. Not collision groups, but would have an undirected collision event and a direction collision event, which is generated twice for every undirected one, maybe. What is What would undirected or directed collision event mean? Then you would not need the find hack. So I have the find hack, but I guess in the thing that created the event, would you then put the ship entity in it, like as in it knows that it's a ship entity? It's like in graphs. An undirected edge is the same as two directed edges. Um, I have not used graphs, like graph databases or stuff like that. It's like I'm familiar with the terms, but I've never used them. So I don't know if I don't know if that like helps me visualize how it works in like this more real scenario. When you detect collision between A and B, it means A hit B and B hit A. What's the difference between A hits B and B hits A? I see them as the same, right? Like they collided together, right? Like they hit each other. The direction is the difference. So when you're figuring out if something collided, you're also going to check to see if the thing is moving in that direction. So if it's moving towards, if the ship is moving towards the asteroid, the ship hit the asteroid, and the asteroid did not hit the ship. Okay. If you get two events, one with A and B and one with B, A then a test for ship asteroid will only need to be written in one direction and not reversed. Also, no dot find hack. Well, okay, I still have trouble like imagining that in my head. Like I would need to actually do it in order to like understand it. But that's like a lot of how I learn and how I understand things. Like talking about it and like reading code doesn't really do it for me. It's like actually doing it is like how I like, oh, now I get the theory and understanding between it. They have different mechanics. Asteroid kills the ship, but ship does not hit the asteroid, so direction matters. Wait, but does it really matter? Because like what if the ship is moving away from the asteroid and the asteroid hits the ship? The asteroid's moving towards the ship. The ship is still destroyed. The exact same thing happens no matter what, right? Okay, so let's do the same thing we have here. So we're gonna have let sum, And we're going to get a bullet equals, and then we're going to, oh, we can't do that. We have to put these together in here. So we have our let collided entities equals, let's also use our same thing where we have, what did I just do? We have our, let's see, collided A, collided A, collided B, collided A, collided B. Okay, so let some bullet equals, and then I want to take these two, so collided entities. I mean, yeah, in the end, of course, it doesn't matter if I make it work. Although the caveat to that is the learning opportunity, right? Like this isn't a project I'm trying to sell. If I'm trying to learn like a better way of doing stuff, then I do want to like actually learn the better way of doing stuff. For me, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around the description of the better way of doing stuff through chat. So I think that's the problem that I'm having there. Now, if I create it like sort of this system and then we can refactor maybe next week, or we can maybe get better with it. Here's another way. Inside your look, you could call a function check collided A, collided B, and then check collided B, collided A, where check would only check if the first entity is the ship. Okay, so I would have a function. So like that would be here where I somewhere like maybe put in a utilities command, a utilities function or something. I could have like a function ship collided with something like that. And then I want a entity. So this would be and then other entity, right? And so it needs to first check to see if it's a ship. And then also check to see if it's the other one. Okay. Like since your collision is undirected, you want to check both ways. I guess but that was the question I had also is in a directed collision where you only have to check one way, if like let's say a ship is attempting to get away from an asteroid. The asteroid's moving too fast. So the asteroid runs into the ship. I still need to check that as the asteroid hitting the ship. Right? That's what we would need to do? Just make sure not to use that for asteroid versus asteroid collision because then you'd handle it twice. Oh yeah, that's interesting. I would have to have a different system for. I would probably have to handle collisions with bullets and then handle collisions with asteroids. Let's see. Pub function handle ship collisions, asteroid query. Hold on. Let me. Twitch's formatting is great for these. I like that you try to put it into Markdown, like a Markdown thing, but Twitch is not gonna be helpful with that. All right, what did okay, hold on. Let me write this up first so it is okay with it and doesn't have any errors. So some bullet equals a code of entities. we oh, I can iter into iterator, can I? Because it's clone, right? So iter find entity. What am I doing? Entity, and I want to do this is bullet. So bullet query get entity is okay. But some else. Okay, so you're happy now. Okay, down here. What are you unhappy with? What's wrong? Expected. Okay, right curly for the end of the function. Oh, wait, where? Another one? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So all right, so handle ship collisions. So we have asteroid query. So a query that gets, okay, yeah. So this one was going to be actually just doing, this would be no events then, right? Sorry, Rasmus. I made it work without the paste. That is appreciated though. Thank you for that. Oh, and we had this. Yeah, I'll mention it when I'll talk about when we get back done with the ad break in around 30 seconds or so. Always waiting for a countdown is always so it makes it feel so much longer, but if I'm actually working during it, it just passes like that. Time is funny. Okay, welcome back. We can chat about this now. All right, so this was that other idea, right? This was the idea of handling the collisions in each system sort of file on its own, right? So we can do this, handle ship collisions, we can handle asteroid collisions, sort of like separately on their own, and it'll just work on it. And Kuvman, you're right. This would mean code duplication, but you're also right. We can create for example, we can create a utility function which would determine if A and B are overlapping with each other, colliding with each other. So we could just pass in, hey, are you colliding with this other thing? We don't really care what it is. That function doesn't care what it is. It just cares, are two things touching each other? And if they are, returns true, otherwise returns false. And we can do that, and then we could just throw these into our individual systems. So I believe that this is what I did in the original system that I did in my own ECS system. For this one, we've been trying to do events because that was the quote unquote Bevy way to do it, which is why I'm doing that. I do like this though. So let's document this for anybody who's looking to source code. So also this is from Rasmus. Go on Twitch. this, I'm going to leave this commented out. Can also make the system itself generic, like handle collisions A, component B, component. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so now this one will, let's see, what did we get into there? This did, okay, so we did the bullet. I want to continue on with this one, at least for the rest of today, because I'm running out of time, or slash, I'm really, really tired. And my throat is starting to kill me. So I wanna see if I can get it working with what we have right now. And then go from there. Oh, the actual if statement is missing? Oh yeah. Not some if, was it when you put some if construction, some if maintenance construction. Oh, I could just go to the link. I mean, that would be the easy way to do it. Yeah, so here, let me copy you. Hey, don't get the file numbers. There. And actually, you know what I could do? I could just say allow unused. So that way, we could just have that out there like that. And you can use we can have the nice types and everything else. All right, thank you for that, Raz, or Rasmuscope. Okay, so handle collisions. So we got our bullet. I want to do the exact same thing. So we're gonna do let some. This was asteroid, so asteroid. Right, this was the items that collided together. So this is fine. So this is collided entities into iterator, find. And then, okay, so we have you. And then, so we know that a bullet is colliding with an asteroid. So at this point in time, we can collision, we can command entity asteroid despawn. Okay, so asteroid needs to be that. And then bullet, we're just not doing anything with. Although, you know what? The bullet should be destroyed by this. So we should destroy both of them. So commands, entity, bullet, despawn as well. Okay. Oh, I can make a typed filter. Oh, I don't think I have ever done or heard of a typed filter before. That could be interesting. Filter collisions. So we have. Okay, so in handle ship collisions, in filter ship collisions, we hand it the query ship, the asteroids. Oh, and then it just does the thing inside of here. So it's moving the. Oh, it's find map. Okay, so that's what that's doing. Interesting. Okay. I like the idea. I am going to take you. Okay, so I'm going to add that in there. It probably won't compile. Actual compiling and like with the code doesn't really matter. Because like we'd figure it out, right? Like because as we're going along, like it's the theory of it that really matters, right? Oh, and then there was another one from Rasmus. And this is this is the actual like just manual one where it's doing the calculation here. Okay. Yeah, it's very similar to the other one, but obviously the bullet's hitting asteroids. Yeah. Okay, so let's test this out. So the ship should die and asteroids should die when we shoot them. That's the two things that we did today. So does it work? Hey, simple, obvious code can be really good. So now something I don't know why. Why is my asteroid coming back? My asteroid is coming back because I have a system to do that, don't I? I vaguely remember doing that. In spawn asteroids, yeah, if I have no asteroids, I just add this in here. Why did I do this again? I don't remember why. So, yeah, I just spawn infinite asteroids in. Trying to follow everyone's ideas from chat is fun. I know that is half the fun. Maybe it's 3/4 of the fun. Oh, remarch. Okay, you got another one. Okay, so this is the fixed version of the last one you had. Filter collision and handle ship collisions, and I think that's what you had previously. So we can go back to our README. And change you out for that. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this up here so that way next time we will see that. All right, so the game just restarts as soon as the asteroids, or really, I don't know. I probably should like have something else for that, but with these two simple systems, collidable and collisions types can be removed. Yeah, well, we'll have to play around with that. I still would like to figure out something to do with the event system, mostly because I want to use it for like learning these type of things. So I think I'm going to continue on with the like working with the other systems. You should just give up writing Rust without a compiler. I mean, compiling Rust without a compiler, maybe, but like if it's just trying to get an idea across, you got it in the first one. Like, I don't need it to be compilable. I guess that's the other thing is like, I'm not one to really just copy paste code in and just like be upset if it doesn't run. Like, to me, it's just always the idea. And I just handwrite that in anyways, because it allows me to understand what it is and what's going on a lot better. As we know, me trying to like understand based upon like, oh, descriptions of like the theory of how it's going to work, that I'm a little bit worse at. They need to make a play Bevy engine. That would be pretty cool. That just allows you to like add in little things like that. That could be fun. Okay. So let's go ahead and commit this all up. So we have bullets kill asteroids, and asteroids kill bullets. All right. So, with that, let's go ahead and push you on up. I already put the link up in Twitch chat, so you saw that before. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything else to sort of like really chat about here. Today is Wednesday, so the next planned stream is going to be on Monday. I don't have anything planned for next week yet, so like as far as right now I'm concerned, it's probably going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday stream. But it might, like, I don't know, things have been coming up. I've been so many other meetings and other stuff has been like requested of me like near the end of the week. So who knows? All right, so that being said, is there anybody we want to raid? Let's see. Well, talking about coding without a compiler, Keybind is doing a whiteboard session for Golang. Soding is doing Raylib and Rust. So let's go ahead and now he's in Soding is in a break right now, so I'll probably be gone by the time he comes back. But let's go ahead and set up that raid. And with that, I think that's about it. So I plan on being back here next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday or so. What I've been doing is I've been creating events in Discord for when those streams are, and then the night before, and then the morning of, like half an hour to 15 minutes beforehand, I do messages in the video/stream channel. So if you're interested in following on, we'd love to have you in Discord. We'd love to, and then you can see when I'm going to be streaming there. So with that, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Bye.